All right, here we are, October 16th, 2022. This is West number 5 at the beautiful Swiss ski resort. We're in our second stop of the year. First one was at Lake 38 in June. Here we are now at the second stop. We've got full on excitement happening here. We want to thank our title sponsor, Good Water Ski Technologies. We also have Radar and Masterline helping out, and appreciate it very much to the title sponsor and also the other sponsors that have helped. We got a really exciting bracket happening here. We went through 4 pairings yesterday, and there was a couple buys, and so now we're down to the Sweet 16 is what we're trying to create. So we've got 24 left. Trying to get down to the Sweet 16. We've got 8 pairings that are going to happen straight off the bat here to try to get down to this Sweet 16. First pairing of the day is going to be Michael Robinson versus T.C. Baker. Second pairing, Chad Baker versus Mike Columbine. Third, Todd Kuykendall versus Jeff Kepsha. Fourth, myself versus Chris Clark. Fifth, Robbie Alexander against Mike Dillinger. Sixth, Mark Brandt versus Matt Hines. Seventh, Kevin Head versus Eric Francois. And eighth, Sam Ingram versus Terrence Fogarty. So a lot of excitement coming here. We're now into a head-to-head where the higher seeded skier gets to choose whether they're going to go first or second, or whether they're going to pick a particular boat and driver. The same driver will stay in the same boat throughout the entire head-to-head. We've got Jeff Gilbert in the black and red boat, and we've got Keith Elbritton in the red, white, and blue boat. The second skier has to beat the first skier. So it is an advantage from a score standpoint to go out first, because if the skiers tie, the first skier is going to win. You have to beat the second skier by at least a quarter buoy until we get to the final. And when we get to the final of the entire 32-man bracket, you have to actually win against the other skier, as opposed to using the ski order and the quarter buoy advantage in order to effectuate that win. So we're here today. Beautiful day at Swiss Ski Resort. Thank you again to Clint and Valerie Stadelbauer. They've been amazing hosts to this event. We had a really nice dinner happy hour last night. A lot of camaraderie here, a lot of positive energy. No drama, basically. We've got a lot of the men's masters group is got, you're over 35. Most of these guys are actually well over 35. Some are into their 50s and even into their 60s. These are, there's not a lot of drama with this group in terms of, any consternation among skiers or things like that. It's a very collegial group, very, very fun, supportive, but yet very competitive. So there's money on the line here, and people will risk life and limb to try to win when the money's on the line. And so I would expect, as a viewer, to see a couple people explode at the buoy, potentially go out the front, et cetera, et cetera. It's not something that people just give up on easily when you're in a head-to-head, because you're introducing placement now, as opposed to a tournament where you're going there trying to get a score. Now you're trying to beat a particular opponent, the person that you're going up against. That's a whole different ball game in skiing when you're competing against one other person on the spot. Then you throw in the pride, you throw in the money, You throw in the liquid cut custom metals that we have, and people will really throw it out there to try to win here. So there's skiers walking by, and everybody's getting primed and ready to go. One of the skiers that's walking by and wants to is willing to spend a second talking on the webcast is Noah Veek. What's cool about Noah is what I'm calling one of the green shoots, one of the new fresh blood coming to the shark pond. So this is great because we've got a guy who is fresh into men's 3 division, which is 35 and over, just started in this division. Like the ink on his men's 3 application is still wet. And he comes right into a head-to-head, and Noah's a great skier, and he's seated right near the top, but not at the top. So we've got the top-seated skier is in his 50s, and now we've got this amazing, talent in Noah that is 35 years old. And but he's here to talk a little bit. How did you feel about your round? And are you having fun so far? And are you ready for the head-to-head? Give us a little flavor on what's going through your mind.
So I was pretty happy with the rounds yesterday. I am absolutely ready for a head-to-head. I've never tried one, so this will be fun.
Mano a mano. Is that you've never done that?
Never done it. Never done it. It should be. I've never had 2 boats in the water at the same time. One guy, then the next guy. Never done it. It should be fun.
So as I described it for the audience a little bit, when I say to them, there's a big difference between a tournament and a competition, and then you ramp up the competition a whole nother echelon to a whole nother stratosphere when it's you competing against another person on the spot. That can be charged up. Is that something that's going through your mind? Are do you agree with that? What do you think?
So I think the bigger element to it is there's actually strategy involved.
Right? For sure.
And the strategy is, do you want to pick your boat driver or do you want to try to take that quarter buoy advantage? And who are you as a skier also? Are you comfortable going out second or are you comfortable going out first? Like, you have to find out who you are. And I don't know who I am, so we're going to find out.
This is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. So what happens because I've been involved in these kind of head-to-head events going back to 2015, and there's all types of different personalities out there. Some of the guys want to talk it up and they want to trash talk, and they'll even like spray you when they come down because the 2 boats will drop on the one boat goes, and then they wait for the 45-second beep, and then after that person makes a successful pass, the next competitor then goes down and runs the same line length, and then there's a point where they're both dropping down next to each other. Sometimes the skier will spray the other person. They'll talk all kinds of trash trying to get in their head. Are you ready for that? If somebody was doing that, are you ready for that?
I am ready for it. So to be clear, though, the only person that can get sprayed is the first skier.
That's right.
Right? The second skier can't get sprayed.
That's right. That's right. So that's a factor.
Yeah.
Small, but
yeah. Do you want to spray the other guy or do you want to be the guy being sprayed? No, if you want to talk, let's talk. But really what we're here to do is ski. So
that's right.
Let's ski.
I would say the majority of the for are not into the whole try to get in the other guy's head. They stick to themselves. I would say it's actually an outlier for somebody to try to chat it up. But when it happens, it's like, whoa, this guy's trying to spray me. This guy's trying to talk smack. It is a little weird. It's not something that anybody would ever experience at a tournament, ever.
No, not normally, no. And again, that's, I've skied for quite a while and I have never experienced this before.
Yeah.
So it should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I mean, you see these guys in the NBA, if they could only, or even, NFL, any sport, if they had microphones on the 2 guys that are face-to-face in any sport, it would be NC-17.
Well, that's what I like. The NFL has started to put microphones in people's helmets, and then you can watch those on YouTube later.
Yeah.
It's really interesting to hear what these players are saying.
Oh, they're talking a lot.
It's really interesting.
So here we got the first pairing. We got Michael Robinson. It's a 32 off mandatory start. He was the top seeded skier. He elected to go first. He's with Jeff Gilbert in the black and red boat, coming out at 32 off. It's early in the morning here. We're at 9 a.m. Looking good so far. I don't see any issues. Very calm water. Turns 5, 6, and out the gates.
Yep, look good.
So things looking smooth. He's on a good team.
The XTR team.
Yeah, which is from the Nano family shape.
Yep.
It's the new carbon core. He's actually skiing great on it. And Mike's a tough one to crack because he was on his good XT for like almost a decade. You know, for him to move to another ski means he feels like this is good. This is going to be an improvement for him. What are you on?
I'm on just an XTR carbon core. I have actually
a good though.
It's a good. But
yeah.
I have not tried a team.
Okay.
I have not had one to try.
Okay.
So I'm just on the regular old good XTR carbon core.
Which is still only 1 or 2 years old.
It's a couple years. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It's.
And it's holding up well?
It's holding up well.
Yeah. And you ran 39 both rounds yesterday, everything, and what do you notice in the carbon core? Do you notice anything different about the carbon core versus the regular core with the thickness and things like that? And we're going to take that answer as soon as we see Tim Baker, TC they call him. He's with the red, white, and blue boat with Keith Albritton driving, coming through the gates, 32 off. Really aggressive at 1. That's how TC skis. He's on a Denali C85. He's had a lot of success on that ski this year, including for the first time running 39 in practice and things like that. He loves that C85. 6 and out the gates for TC Baker. In fact, I was interviewing TC yesterday, and he said, you know, this is the best he's ever skied in his life, and he's feeling really dialed on that C85. Adam Cord, Adam Caldwell, really working hard to try to make innovative products. And honestly, every manufacturer, every ski company, every skier benefits from people trying to push the envelope. And I know Caldwell and Cord are 2 of the smartest guys in the industry, and they're trying to push everything to the limit. So kudos to those guys. Hats off. And they've got a few skiers in this event on a Denali, including TC Baker.
And our top seed, Darren Montgomery.
And Darren Montgomery, the top seed, who smoked 39 yesterday. I've been skiing with Darren and watching him ski for a long time yesterday. It was one of the cleanest 39s I've ever seen him run. So
I don't think his back was thanking him later for that hit out the exit.
The second one. That was the second one. Okay, here we go. We're coming back. Got Mike Robinson coming back, 35 off the line, behind the 6'2 Nautique. Looking good out of 1. Nice and smooth, tight line. I don't see any break in the spray. I think it looks nice and smooth all the way out to the buoy. 6 and out the gates for Mike Robinson, no problemo. Jeff Gilbert driving the black and red 6'2 Nautique. Let's get back to that question real quick before TC goes. What do you notice different in the carbon core versus the regular thickness and the regular core? Is there anything that you notice there?
So the thinner sidewalls on the carbon core, the ski does tend to sit a little deeper in the water, which for some people they like that, for some people they don't, right? I haven't quite made up my mind on it, to be honest, to be perfectly frank. I do like my ski to stay up a little bit more in the water, although I do like a ski that sits deep. So you're finding a balance.
So you're not sure there, but
I'm not sure. But finding a balance is difficult.
But you're killing the game on that ski. I mean, I saw you run 39 yesterday. It was amazing.
Oh,
twice in a row.
Twice,
I mean, it looked like it was 32 miles an hour. Actually, you know, there might have been some people like, "Hey, was that 55K? Was that 34?"
Didn't feel that way.
Well, that's what everybody says. That makes it look so easy. So anyway, yeah, thank you so much for being here, and great skiing, and we'll look forward to watching you throughout the event.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. We got TC Baker coming in, 35 off the line. TC and I ski together. Great guy, great skier. He is very aggressive on his 135. You will see sometimes his actual body bounce off the water. But watch the ski, don't watch the body. That's just how he skis, and this guy can get it done. TC, no problem. 5, 6, out the gates, no problem. So, one cool thing is we got all kinds of different styles of skiers here. TC, I think, is something like 39 years old. Robinson won't let me tell his age, but almost old enough to be TC's dad. Um, it's great to see the camaraderie and the competitiveness here with such a wide dispersion of ages. That's actually awesome, because I think at the men's masters level, this is it is cash prize, but it's essentially amateur, really good amateur 35 and up skiers. The elite of the 35 plus skiers, and it's amazing how long someone can ski at a high level at the men's masters level. So even into their 60s, they can be very, very effective on the water. Okay, we got Mike Robinson coming back, 38 off the line. Tiny tailwind. Turns 1, little stuff, but no problem. He's back in it at 2. Oh, around 3 ball and in the water. Darn it for Mike. He wanted more, no question. He definitely doesn't want to fall at 38 off. That's not what he was looking for. But I got to tell you, nothing makes your heart race in a head-to-head more than when a skier gets midway through a pass that you know you can run. Because you're thinking, well, do I just get 3? Do I run the pass? Some skiers don't even want to know what the score was while they're waiting in the water. Usually they'll tell the skier if they don't know whether they want to know or not. This is TC's first head-to-head ever. He's probably has no idea whether he should know the score, not know the score, whatever. But he's looking at this saying, okay, I just got to get a full 3 and I win this pairing. So he's waiting for the beeps. The boat that was towing Mike went all the way to the end. They wait 45 seconds, first beep, second beep, and now TC, they're going to tighten up the line in a minute. TC Baker on his Denali C85 coming in at 38 off. He needs a full 3 to advance. We'll see if he can do it. He's pulling out through the gates. Nice 1. Deep, but he got through it. 2. Ooh, all the way to 3. Turns 3, back to the gates for the win. So this is strategy in head-to-head. He doesn't need to run that pass, but sometimes when you go tentative, it cannot work out. He barely got that 3, even though TC smokes 38 regularly. He knew that he only needed 3, and sometimes that can be a killer. So, but he managed it well. He got through that pairing. He's going to advance. And now we're going to move on to the next pairing, which is going to be Chad Baker and Mike Columbine. So the boats are going to come back. They're going to pick up everybody. If you look here, Robinson and TC Baker. So the TC now is going to go against Darren Montgomery, and we will write that name on there. And if you go down further, the next pairing, Chad Baker and Mike Columbine, whoever wins is going to go against Noah Veek, the guy that we just interviewed. So both boats are coming back. They're going to pick up the next skier, and they're going to get going. I'm up in a couple, so I'm going to sign off. We're waiting for Mike Robinson to come back down here, and he's going to actually take over the mic. Probably not going to be a happy camper after going down at 2.5 at 38, but Mike's a great skier. That was a very tough break. He has had a lot of success in head-to-heads, including getting on the podium at the first West event, which was a huge accomplishment for him. He was great. So he'll be back, and I know he wanted more. Everybody does, but that was obviously less than he wanted. And TC Baker will advance.
All right. Sorry, I was a late arriver there. Had to move out of my house for the weekend. So, TC Baker just beat Mike Robinson. Mike Robinson with a score 2.5 at 38. TC with a score of 3. We'll write TC in there. He'll be up against Darren Montgomery in the next bracket, which is the Sweet 16. Hope my penmanship works. All right. So, what we do, as Bart was just explaining, we jump back and forth from each bracket. So these guys went first, Robinson and TC Baker. Then we'll jump down to ski order 2. We've got Chad Baker and Mike Columbine coming out. We'll let you know which one's coming out first. Again, second skier has to beat the first skier. So the advantage is if you pick to go out first, if you're the higher seed and you pick to go out first, you can set the bar and the skier behind you has to beat you. If they tie, the first skier out wins. The other skier who doesn't choose ski order is able to choose the boat and driver that they want. Each driver is in a specific boat. All right, so hopefully we'll get a word with TC Baker here in a moment. Boats are getting geared up down there for Chad Baker and Mike Columbine. We're at the 55K West Sunday Finals. We've got 24 skiers right now. Right now, this is the bracket of 16. The winners of these brackets will go against your top 8. Your top 8 in order from 8 to 1. Number 8, Joey Blakely. Number 7, Casey Contos. Number 6, Mike Morgan. Number 5, Seth Stisher. Number 4, Mark Manassi. Number 3, Todd Johnson. Number 2, Noah Veek with a score of 1 at 41 both rounds. And your top seed with a score of 2 at 41 didn't ski a second round because he didn't have to, Darren Montgomery. So hopefully we'll keep all this good skiing alive. We had, I think, 3 scores yesterday into 41. Mark Manassi came close with, I think, a 5 at 39. After that, I had a 3.5 at 39, which got to do better today. We all got to do a little better today because we upped the ante. But you did see in that first bracket, a miss at 38 off kept Mike Robinson from advancing. All right, we got a quick simulation pass. Up and back. So we'll get that simulation pass in, and then it looks to me like Mike Columbine is going off the dock first, but I could be wrong. I see him on the dock in the water, or edge of the water. Now, Columbine is first. I just got confirmation. Chad Baker was the higher seed there. So Chad chose boat over ski rotation. All right, looks like we might have TC Baker walking this way. So we get a little insight into what goes through a skier's head. The interesting part of this is TC and I had a conversation just this morning about the headspace associated with being in a head-to-head and looking at the scores that you need. So, TC, you went out. I just got here, so I didn't see it, but you went out second.
Second, yes.
All right, so you went out second. Mike falls around 3 at 38. You had told me early this morning, I think I'm just not going to pay attention to what the other guy did and ski.
Well, I did the opposite what I said I was going to do. I safety turn 2, scrambled over to 3, and just pulled up so I didn't fall at 3 wall. I was fully mentally prepared to have to run 38 every round that I advanced, and so he caught me off guard. I didn't expect this. I expected to, be chasing something at 39. So
well, you get to save some energy. Some energy for the next round because you do advance with a full 3. Now, this is your first event like this with us old guys.
Yep. First one.
How old are you now?
39.
39. So you're definitely well qualified in the age category.
Yeah. Bart was. He's been bugging me for years. When I first, was old enough to do it, I was still chasing 36-mile-an-hour scores. So I was skiing some open, not events, but classified as open, which disqualified me for skiing down here.
Gotcha.
At the time, I think they've changed the rule a little bit.
Yeah, I think it has changed up a little bit, but we're glad you're here. Glad that you got a good performance and you're on into the Sweet 16.
Yep.
We appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Feel free to hang around if you want. We got on the water Mike Columbine. He's got the sunglasses on. Conditions are ideal today. A lot less wind than yesterday. Again, 32 off start. We'll have a 32 off start this round of 16 skiers, and then we'll have a 32 off start the next round. After that, we go to 35. Mike Columbine, outside of 6. All right, it's a complete pass for Mike Columbine. All right, so I guess I preemptively wrote in TC's name, and that was his honor to write it in, so I owe you one. Ricky Bobby? Yeah. I don't know what to do with my hands. Wow, great skiing. We'll let you ride it in next time, so go win your next one, all right? All right, so full pass at 32 off for Mike Columbine. Chad Baker sitting in the water waiting for the beeper and the timer to tell him it's time to come in and have his shot at 32 off. We're here at Swiss Water Ski Resort. This place is amazing. It's been around forever, but the saddle bars have turned it into even a nicer place than it used to be. You can probably see behind me just the quality of the area where you get to hang out and watch people water ski. The water skiing itself is already top-notch and always has been. Got a couple of great nautique boats pulling this event. We got Keith Albritton and Jeff Gilbert behind the wheel. We also had Jim Powers driving a bit this weekend. Here we go, our second pairing, our second skier, Chad Baker, 32 off. Chad from Texas. Heck of a skier. I think I heard Mike Robinson mention yesterday in the webcast he was the winner of, I believe, the first Big Dog event, which was the first event of this type for 55K water skiers. Chad easily threw 32 off. Mike will come back at 35. These guys also, want to win their brackets, but in winning, they also need to be preparing for future brackets, feeling out the conditions. It's a little different than it was yesterday. But for those of you watching, I'm sure you can tell it's ideal. So you don't have to contend with too much wind today. I can feel a little breeze coming up, but nothing like yesterday. Yesterday, if you were watching, you're probably laughing at me talking about the wind, but this site is so protected. You barely see any wind on the water, but there's a lot of body wind. And although it's really nice that the ski can track well in that calm water, it's deceptive. So you've got to kind of do your research, watch some skiers, feel it out on your first couple of passes, and see what the wind's doing, because it does push you, tailwind off the dock, and it holds you up a little bit on the pass coming back. So you saw yesterday in the second round, with the 32 off start, everybody had to run 38 in the tailwind, and not as many people got through it that round. And some of that might have been just not calculating that tailwind and not seeing it. Here we go, Mike Columbine, 35 off. got that one-hander late gate. It's a good one. Looking good. Hustling through a 35. There it is. 6 at 35 for Mike Columbine. Keeping the pressure on Chad Baker, the top seed in this split. Columbine behind the Nautique driven by Keith Albritton. I believe our boat judge is Mike Hurst, if I'm seeing that right. A lot of All right, so Columbine to Chad Baker. This is our second pairing. So the way these pairings work today is we started with TC Baker, who was our top seed in this split, if I'm not wrong here. I'm sorry, Mike Robinson was, who's 16. And we go down here to Chad Baker, who's 15. The deal is they are the second to last in the top 16, so they're paired up against the second to the top in the top 8. So the winner of our last split is going against your top seed, Darren Montgomery. The winner of this split is going against your second seed, Noah Veek. And again, all 8 guys here, Darren Montgomery, Joey Blakely, Mark Manassi, Seth Stisher, Noah Veek, Casey Contos, Todd Johnson, and Mike Morgan have a bye for this round. Here we go. Chad Baker, 35 off. A little tail slided 2 there. And if you watch closely as it gets shorter, Chad's not afraid to get wet in the turn. He can be a beast when he needs to, but solid 35 for Chad. We'll keep it running. These guys will come back at 38. Let's see if we can't see these guys be the first 2 to get through 38 off this morning. So if you look at our ski order here, these guys that are skiing in this second bracket, this was the bracket from last night. These guys skiing in this bracket, if they were to win out, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rounds they'll have to ski. So we're not exactly spring chickens. 5 rounds of tournament water skiing back to back to back to back is no small task. So we're really worried about scores here in the beginning, but like TC Baker said, he expected to have to run 38 off. It might be a blessing that he didn't have to, because if he wants to keep advancing, he wants to conserve energy. Now, granted, he's 39 years old, the next to the youngest guy here, I think. He and Casey Contos are right around the same age. Noah Veek, 35-year-old, the youngest guy here. But 5 rounds for anybody is a lot of skiing in one day. Here we go. Mike Columbine, 38 off, 11.25 meters. Pass number 3, paired up against Chad Baker. Looking to win this round and get a shot at Noah Veek. Gets pulled out off of 1 a little bit, but he seems okay. Pulled out off of 2. He's going to get around 3. Is he going to get 4? He hung in there to 4, I believe. We'll wait for the official score. S-turning to try to get the complete buoy. I'm hearing a 3 from the boat. Waiting on the towers to call in to see what that official score is. All right, so from here, I couldn't truly tell you. He made it look like a 4 from here, but I'm thinking he may have only gotten 3, might have gone inside of 4. We'll give you the confirmation shortly. So the towers are reviewing it. So all of this is much more high-tech than your average day out on the big water. We've got SurePath monitoring the boat path, which tells us through GPS the deviation from the center line. We've got video on the gates. We've got video on the pass. The tower judges currently are reviewing what they saw at 4-ball to see if they believe he went inside or outside the buoy. We'll get that number, and that's going to greatly affect Chad Baker. Right now, Chad Baker, a little longer pause than normal, but he needs to know what he has to run. And you remember from watching TC Baker standing up a 3-ball. So Chad Baker can make the call here. And look, this is all coming from me, the lowly announcer and water skier, not one of the officials. But if Chad Baker chooses to not sit in the water longer, he can go at risk, not knowing whether that was a 3 or a 4. My understanding or assumption would be if he wants to wait, he can wait because he should know what he has to ski against. Because he's going to have to, if it is a 4, he knows he's got to get a piece of 5. All right, Chad Baker says he is ready to go. We don't know the score yet, but Chad Baker's going to go ahead and have the boat tighten up. So I think Chad's probably treating this like a 4, knowing he needs a piece of 5. From a strategy standpoint, if Chad Baker turns 3 and heads to 4, there's not really an at-risk situation of turning 4 because if he just gets a simple 4, he loses. If he gets a 3.5, he loses if the score is 4. So he doesn't really have to make a choice there. The choice is at 3 ball. How hard do I turn it to try to get early to get a piece of 4? And if Chad gets a piece of 5, he wins regardless. All right, here we go. Chad Baker. We do not have a confirmed score yet for Mike Columbine. Could be 3, could be 4. We got Chad Baker on the water. It may be a moot point if Chad Baker gets a piece of 5 ball. Perfect conditions. Chad sat a little longer than he wanted. He turns 1. He gets a little deep, but that's no problem for Chad. A little late at 3. Turns 3. Headed to 4. It's a 3.5. So now we go back to the official score for Mike Columbine. We don't know. Chad Baker could have just lost it there. He could be a half buoy ahead. We're going to wait for the score. I'm going to give you some radio silence because I got to listen. Okay, so one more time, just so you know. Mike Columbine turns 3 ball, gets a full 3, headed to 4. We do not know if he got inside of 4 or went around 4 because it can be a very close call. If he got a full 4, that means that Chad Baker's score of 3.5 will not allow him to advance. If they give him 3, Chad Baker is the winner because he's a half buoy ahead. So he's either a half buoy ahead or a half buoy behind right now, and we are waiting to find out as Mike Columbine comes down the lake not knowing whether he advances or not. I hope that makes sense. I'm listening eagerly and anxiously as well right now. In our backyard when I was a kid, this is when we had a do-over. Not to be confused with a mulligan, that's on a simple game like golf. The do-over is when 2 people are involved and we argue over the outcome. Mike coming to the dock here. We're going to see. They haven't told him either. He's waiting to hear. I see virtually no emotion on any face of any human right now because no one knows. The scorer's happy. He's just waiting on a number. He's not even watching. He can't see. I'm in his way. I got to ski in a little bit, so I think I'm going to use the chair. Keep my head right above your brackets. We still have no guaranteed score. By the way, I don't know if you're watching, but Kim Hayward, if you are, just want to say hello. Great meeting your fella, and hope to ski with you again sometime. All right, so this is going to be a little bit of a weird interview because we don't know We don't know if we have the recently defeated or the recently victorious Mike Columbine here.
I'm either a winner or a loser.
Hey, you're a winner.
Let my mother
regardless.
decide.
You did a fine job. Now, let's just hear it through your words. Did you get around 4?
I certainly got a piece of something. I know I got some ball, so
Okay.
I don't know how much of it.
That was a heck
It's
of an
up to the
effort.
judges. That's how it goes. But I felt good about it. I felt good. I felt bad about blowing a good start. I was
Yeah.
really happy with my start, and I think I chickened out at 3 ball, and then I just took what I could get and keep going.
Yeah, I
Grab
thought you had a
some more.
great start. I saw you at 2 to 3 get pulled out a little bit, right?
Yeah,
But
Yeah,
you didn't seem to bother you. You just
Well,
went for it.
but you're the coach, so I'll go with that. Absolutely. But thanks for
Man,
hosting.
hey.
Thanks for having us and all the work you guys are doing. But it's fun out there. Bunch of old guys first thing in the morning.
Yeah, exactly.
And we're looking for Advil sponsorship.
The good thing is that at our age, you can't sleep in, so we might as well ski early.
That's right. You're up early anyway. We should probably start at 3:30 in the morning when we're all wandering
Yeah,
around.
exactly.
Yeah.
You want to give a shout out to Shoe Swap?
Shuswap Board and Ski, you bet.
There you go.
They take care of us in Calgary, and they do a great online shopping as well. So we know we've got our shop down in the south, and that would be ours to the north. And they're good about getting stuff out to us right away. And they take care of the club. We're at Predator Bay Water Ski Club, and
That's great.
anybody who wants to come and ski in a dry suit, more than welcome anytime. We like it cold up there.
Yeah, all right, got you.
This
So,
is new.
so I'm gonna have to do this right here in front of the camera because this is just the way it goes. You know, you're in Hollywood right now. So they gave you a 3.
Oh,
They gave you a 3. I just heard over the shoulder there that
Really?
Chad Baker
well, then
advances.
my interview's over.
No, you're still important to us, and you still put it out there. Great skiing this morning. Great skiing.
All right.
And
well,
sorry that you don't advance, but heck of a weekend.
Thanks for having us.
And
Dad, get over here.
we'll try to get Chad Baker over here too.
All right. Good job.
Unfortunate situation for Mike Columbine, and I hate to out him right here on live feed, but we've got your winner, Chad Baker.
Sorry.
So Chad, let me just ask you well, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Great job. I assume that you chose down there. I don't want to sit here anymore, so I'm just going to go ski.
I use Wiley's.
Great boots, but your feet get cramped.
They don't work out real well in the head-to-head.
I understand.
But, you know,
So they gave you the option. They said you can wait on the score, you can go.
I can go.
And you said hit it.
Yeah, I thought I got the start, and I was like, that's fine. Just get around 4, and I got to 4 and freaked out.
Well, and I even said before we knew the score, at 4, you got to do what you got to do because you either need a piece of 5 or you've already won it when you
Yeah.
turn 4. So I think you did it right, and luckily it worked out the way it did.
I look at 3 because my 1-3 is the side I can get sloppy on, but not 2-4.
Man,
So, whatever.
Congrats, you advance
Yeah,
up against Noah Veek,
yeah, can't wait.
two fellow hairdoists.
Same hairstyle.
Yep,
There you go.
2 guys who save money at the salon every week, Chad Baker and Noah Veek. But congratulations,
All right,
man!
thanks,
Great
bro.
skiing.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You want to get him to write his name in?
Oh yeah, you want to write your name in? It's got to be really neat. All right, I'll get it. He's got wet gloves on. He's shaking from all the excitement, so I'm going to have to write it in for him. All right, so that's the first one where the top seed advances. We've got 2 Bakers victorious this morning, TC Baker and Chad Baker. So if your name's Baker, things are looking good today. Our next pairing, we just did a simulation pass for them. The next pairing is going to be Todd Kuykendall and Jeff Kepsha. And Kuykendall is the higher seed, so he chooses whether he goes out first or second. Now, I saw him putting on a Camaro top earlier. Early morning set with a little neoprene. So I can tell he's the guy on the dock ready to go. He's going to be behind, I believe, Keith Albritton. Kepsha will be behind Jeff Gilbert. And so now, whatever score Todd puts out there is the score that Kepsha has to beat. And I'm going to keep reminding you of that, but a tie goes to the first skier out. So higher seeds generally choose to go first unless they have some other strategy that trumps that idea. Here we go. On the water, 32 off from Oklahoma, Todd Kuykendall. Now, we talked about yesterday, Todd is very audible once he gets to 38 off and 39. got kind of a verbal cue, I guess, for himself, where he grunts through the wake. And I've never really asked him why, but my assumption is it helps him define where he needs to be strong, keeps him from overdoing it in the turn, and crushes it right through the middle. That was an easy 32 off for Todd Kuykendall. No surprise. Both of these guys been in a lot of these events, a lot of head-to-heads. Kepcha is from South Florida. Kepcha rocks the old original Fogman bindings, if any of you remember those guys, and he rocks them well. I don't think he had what he called a great performance yesterday, but just as you can have a bad performance when you're skiing well, you can pop out a good one when things don't seem like they should go your way. So Kepcha, we're looking for him to step it up today and put a score out there against Todd Kuykendall. So communication-wise for these boats, to know what the timing is, the zero-off system has a beep. It's set on a timer. So when we drop in the water on a regular round, we have what we call first beep and second beep. Ironically, first and second beeps. The first beep is 2 beeps. The second beep is 3 beeps. But on the second beep, you're supposed to go. So right now, the boat judge from one boat is telling the boat judge from another what the timing's like and when to go. They just told Kepcha, it's your turn. 32 off. Jeff Kepcha from South Florida. Looking good on the opener. All right, that's 2 guys through their 32 off. Now, from here, you're going to hear me compliment a lot of skiing. Part of that is I'm at the closer to the starting dock end of the lake, so I'm not getting quite the view that you get in the boat, so I'm not seeing all the minute details to see when things go awry. I know that we all at some point have a little iffy situation from buoy to buoy, especially as we all have late season injuries, and the 24 of us still skiing here right now, at least the injuries are light enough that we can ski through them. A few guys out from injuries. These guys are going to come back at 35 off. Now, these 2 skiers, the winner will be up against Joey Blakely. So Joey Blakely is your 8th seed. And if I see this right, Todd Kuykendall was your 9th seed. So Kuykendall was the 9th seed and paired up against Jeff Kepcha. So in a standard 16-person head-to-head, Kuykendall, number 9, would go against number 8, Joey Blakely. Right now, Kepcha gets an opportunity because we have another 16 to get into that Sweet 16. Here we go. Todd Kuykendall, 35 off. Looking strong 4. Keeps cruising through. That's 6 at 35 for Oklahoma's own Todd Kuykendall. Again, Kuykendall behind Keith Albritton with boat judge Mike Hurst. And I started to allude to this earlier, but we have a lot of great officials here and people who sacrifice their time to be here, including Jeff Swain, who helps us cast this out to you so you can all watch from home. You got David Skirvin, who is the TC for this event. Jasmine Gagner / Gagne, married to Brett Gagne / Gagner. Brett's the scorer. Jasmine's chief judge. We've got Mike Mosley in the boat right now, who's judging in the boat with Jeff Gilbert. Jeff Gilbert driving. A lot of people donating time so that yahoos like us can come out and water ski and keep score to feed our egos. All right, so 6 at 35 for Todd Kuykendall. Jeff Kepcha will be coming back. 35 off. I heard some beeps and I heard some radio talk. Here he comes around the corner. We'll spin around and capture him. Jeff Kepcha, 35 off. Your 3rd pairing in this morning's round of 16 to get into the Sweet 16. Looks like he gets a pretty solid start there. He's in the game at 4. Maybe a little down course at 5, but fine. And he's around 6. That's 6 at 35. Jeff Kepcha from West Palm Beach area. And there they are, like I said, Jeff Gilbert and Mike Mosley. Gilbert, your driver, Mosley, your boat judge. Now, I don't know if we've heard any smack talk. I can't hear it on the radios. I don't see them getting close to each other. I heard yesterday that Chris Clark was all over the smack talk, and hey, that's part of the game. So you get down to the end, you know, some people get addled easily. If you need to talk a little trash, talk a little trash. All right. Both skiers will be coming back at 11.25 meters. That's 38 off, 34 miles per hour, 55 kilometers per hour on the water. No one's run 38 yet. Todd Kuykendall, fully capable. 38 off, 11.25 meters. Deep at one, gets pulled out, gets around two, but he's not going to go any further and doesn't hold on to the handle. It's going to be a 1.5 for Todd Kuykendall, leaving the door open for Jeff Kepsha to comfortably stand up two, get a whole buoy, and make it to the next round. Again, that next round is going to be against Joey Blakely. Joey chose not to ski his second rounder. He might have even been a higher seed. He ran 3 at 39, but decided he wasn't going to beat himself up because his goal is to make it through all of these brackets. That's a goal of many of us, but only one will prevail over here. Now, just so you know, too, from a bracket standpoint, when we have the losers of these two semifinal brackets, third and fourth place will be skied off down here in another bracket. And then we'll have the final. So if you make it to this round, you're skiing 5 sets no matter what. So 4 guys will ski 4 or 5 times today. All right, so 1.5 at 11.25 meters. The score to beat right now. Jeff Kepsha going out second. Has to beat the score. Just needs a full 2. It's going to require a good one. Now, the mentality of most skiers here, the issue would be, hey, we don't want to overdo one ball, but if you underdo it, don't get outside of 2 or only get a half at 2 ball, you're in trouble. Here we go. Jeff Kepsha gets a solid, clean one. He's outside of 2. He stands it up and holds on. Jeff Kepsha will advance. Todd Kuykendall going down earlier than we usually expect him to. Todd is a fantastic skier. That's not the start he wanted, and it happens to the best of us. But Jeff Kepsha will advance. Doing a solid job of head-to-head competition there, getting the 2 that he needed. Even though 1.5 was the, it sounds easy. Oh, he ran 1.5. But the pressure you have on you at 2 ball there to not make some dumb mistake, and trust me, I've done it, shows that Jeff Kepsha's got his head right for today. So Kepsha will advance. He will ski against Joey Blakely. I'll go ahead and write him in, and then hopefully we get Kepsha back up here to have a little convo with him in just a little bit. All right, we got Kepsha on there. I'm gonna write Todd Johnson in there for you a little better. He seems to have been vandalized. Contos as well. All right, so your next skier, none other than the man who we can thank for this event and keeping 55K water ski going, Barton Rockwell. Now, he is the top seed in his group, and you'll see him down here. He's going against Chris Clark. Bart choosing to go out first. Now, we also have Jeff Kepsha knows that he's the man of the hour now, so he skied to this dock just so he could come up and be interviewed. Nice job, Jeff. I know he wants to run more buoys, but at this time it's all about making it to the next round. Again, Kepsha advances, our first non-Baker to advance this morning. And we got Bart Rockwell and Chris Clark who are trying to duke it out to see who gets to ski against Casey Contos. Now, interestingly enough, this is a Midwest skier, a Midwest skier, and a Midwest skier. You've got Michigan, Indiana, Indiana. So regardless, in our pairing in the Sweet 16, we're going to have two Midwest skiers duking it out. Casey Contos running a score of 3 at 39 yesterday, getting himself a bye for that first round. All right, we got Jeff Kepsha coming to talk to us. I'll get back up here. Jeff, good job. Congratulations. Maybe hold it low. So.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, you had to go out second. Todd chose to go first, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. And
Yes.
his goal being that he knew you had to beat whatever he did.
Right.
So
He's super consistent. He doesn't miss 38.
I understand completely. And
I
I
figured
feel,
3 at 39 is where he would be, but
yeah.
he's super consistent, and
So to get in the head of kind of this kind of competition, you're expecting that. You're fully sitting down there, probably not even paying attention, expecting I'm going to have to go run 38 and do something at 39. Then
I was paying attention.
Oh, you
but
were watching. Okay.
Yeah.
I just I don't watch. I turn the other way and listen for the score. But so you see 1.5. What goes through your head at that moment? How do you change your mode of thinking?
I saw the 1.5, and then my heart started pounding. Really, I had to do some. I had to calm down and just do some breathing, sort of calm down. But when I saw the 1.5, like, oh, that's harder to think about than running 38.
Yeah. And that was one of the things I said when you were skiing is it is like that. It's all of a sudden, it's not easy to go run an easy score when it's head to head.
And if you go a little easier, there's some shade on the water, some bumps on the water.
Get that good in there.
But yeah, I was surprised. Todd's a great skier, and I fully expected having to run 38. So.
Well, you may have to later, but the good news is you get an option and you get opportunity.
I've lucked out so far, so.
Great job, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Happy for you, and we'll see you advance and hopefully keep getting better every round.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thanks, man. Good skiing. All right, that was Jeff Kepsha, your winner of the third pairing, your first non-Baker to advance. Kepsha, we got him written in there. Kepsha's going to be against Joey Blakely. So we got 3 pairings for the next, the Sweet 16 already set up. That's Darren Montgomery versus TC Baker. And then our second ski order will be Noah Veek versus Chad Baker. Third ski order, Joey Blakely, and now Jeff Kepsha. So we talked through it. Bart skied his opener, the one guy who's responsible for us being here, and I didn't even give him any attention or love on his opener, but Bart did run his 32 off. And now on the water from Indiana, the man who has radio voice all day long, Chris Clark. Chris just telling me that he's been playing pickleball and water skiing, and he's just tired now. But he doesn't look tired there. Round and 4 ball. A little deep at 4, but it's an opener. It warms you up and gets the nerves off. 6 at 32 for Chris Clark. All right, so each skier runs their 32 off very simply and solidly. They'll wait down on the far end of the lake. We do have a little bit of that breeze coming up, a little bit of the air we had moving yesterday. Not nearly as strong, and I don't believe it's forecast to be as strong, but it will be somewhat of a tailwind off the dock. So the direction I'm facing now looking at you is straight down the lake off the dock. The wind is quartering just a bit, so you're going to have a little tail push out to 1. It's going to push you down the lake a little bit in your glide for your gait. If you play it well, it makes the pass going that direction feel like you're not having to work as hard as long as you manage speed and direction. Coming back into the wind, you get a little favorable push in the face to keep you tight at the finish of the turn. We're going to have Bart come back at 35 off here momentarily. And again, we're talking about wind. The wind I'm talking about right now is what we commonly refer to as a sparrow fart. It's not real wind. It's just a light, light breeze. But if you work it properly, you can use it to your advantage. Here we go. Barton Rockwell from the Detroit area in Michigan coming in 35 off. Now, Bart ran a score of 2.5 at 39 in the first round yesterday. I think he missed the tailwind 38, but fully capable of running it all day long. He's also number 3 in the world in the 45 plus division at the World Championships a few weeks ago in Bordeaux, France. Actually, Baresh, France. And right there, he just powers through a clean 35, and putting that together with the stress of putting on an event all weekend and making sure everybody's in the right spot. If you've ever met Bart, he's full of energy, and he will talk to you, and then he'll talk to you, and he'll talk to you, but all of it from a friggin' great heart, a great spot. He loves the sport. He loves the people in the sport. You heard T.C. Baker say that he's been after him for years to get to these events, and Bart's passionate about it, and he's passionate about his skiing. So you watch him. He gets in trouble. It doesn't addle him. He just keeps moving and keeps going. He wants to win, and that's an attitude that gets you a few extra buoys in this sport. Now we also have Chris Clark, one of the funniest guys you'll meet. Dry, great humor, and like I said, radio voice round the clock. I can't imagine how his kids and wife feel about listening to radio voice all the time. It's pretty impressive. Here he is, 35 off from Indiana. The man, Chris Clark, knows he's got to run this to stick in there with Bart Rockwell and have a chance to advance. Gets kind of deep at 1, but he's okay. I thought we saw some of the tail of the ski there. We saw it there as well, though. Maybe that's a standard 135. Let's see. Little slide at 5. Outside of 6, Chris Clark staying in the game with a good pass at 35 off. Happy to be here riding that LaPointe slalom ski. So we've got a good mix of skis here. We've got the LaPointe. I've seen it under several people's foot. We've got good skis who not only has a lot of people riding their equipment here, also a great contributor, sponsor of these events, sponsor of the U.S. Nationals. Just always helping support our sport. Dave and Don Good. Dave passed away unexpectedly, but Don carrying the torch for Dave, keeping things going. A lot of great people there at Good, stepping up and making up for his absence. But his legend lives on and will live on in the sport of water skiing and at Good Water Skis. We've also got people out there on HOs, radars, Conley. There's just a lot of good gear out there now, a lot of good equipment. And, we're all pretty picky. So if you see somebody riding a ski out here, they've made sure that ski works for them. There is no haphazard purchase of a water ski amongst us geeky 35 and older slalom skiers. Here we go. 38 off, tournament organizer, creator of 55K West, Bart Rockwell. He needs to run 11.25 to put the pressure on Chris Clark. He gets a pretty good one, a little separated going to 2. Turns 2, handle high, gets stretched out. He's outside at 3. That's all he's going to get. He hangs on. 3 at 38 off for Bart Rockwell. We know he's capable of more, but I don't think he got quite the start he wanted there. But still, a pressure situation for Chris Clark. I don't have yesterday's scores in front of me to see what Chris Clark ran yesterday. Let me see if I can find that. So Chris Clark's average, this is from the running order, but this still helps. Chris Clark's average is 96.3 buoys. Let me do the math in my simple mind here. That would be 0.3 buoys at 38 off, I believe, as an average. So that counts, his bad scores and his good scores. But he is capable of getting to 3. He's got to get a piece of 4 to take this from Bart Rockwell, though. Piece of 4 will get him in. Anything less, and Bart Rockwell will advance. Okay, so just for confirmation, I just heard the officials calling it in. We're confirming that was 3. We have to confirm for the next skier so he knows what he needs to run. Chris Clark out here knowing it's all or nothing. You got to get a piece of 4 or you're going to go home. He's got a 17-hour drive home. It would feel a lot better to make it into the Sweet 16 and delay that drive a little bit. Chris Clark, 38 off, 11.25 meters. Turns 1. It's a pretty good one. He's outside of 2. He's going. He's looking like he can do it. He's around 3. He's headed to 4. Is Chris Clark going to get a piece of 4? I believe he does. 3.5 from what I see at 38 off for Chris Clark. I just heard the call. 3.5 buoys. Chris Clark will advance. An unfortunate one for Bart Rockwell. We know that he's capable of a lot more. He just didn't get a good start. Chris got a pretty clean, solid start. Again, the mentality of knowing what you have to run is one advantage of going second, depending on your personality and your competitive nature. Sometimes you want to go first and set the standard. Sometimes you want something to chase. It's quite possible, a skier can go out and run a couple or three at 38 off thinking, I don't feel so good here. When they know they've got to get a piece of 4, you got a no-quit action going on in your head there. Chris Clark demonstrating that for us very nicely. We need to write him in. We've got our next skier. That's the 4th pairing. Let's write in Chris Clark, who's going to be skiing against fellow Indianer. Is that how you say it? Indianer? I don't know. Works for me. Casey Contos. So Chris Clark, your victor. Barton Rockwell still high in our hearts, deep in our hearts, because he's keeping this thing alive. What can you do? Bart gives us the what can you do signal as he comes by. We all know the feeling of, hey, today for that moment, the better man won, but we all come back and keep taking the punishment. Second boat comes back empty because Chris Clark lost the handle around 4, but enough to take that victory. Now our next pairing. This next pairing is going to go against Mark Menashe. Whoever wins, we've got Robbie Alexander from South Africa and Mike Dellinger from Orlando, Florida. So we've got the guy who's traveled the furthest and the guy who just woke up and walked a few blocks and came to the site. So furthest and shortest travel distance. We'll see which one works out the best. Mike Dellinger, his 2 rounds yesterday for him weren't what he's capable of. But he gets another shot at it here against Robbie. Robbie, your 13th seed. So Robbie had the 13th best score from yesterday. I believe he ran a 2 at 39 as well. Or 1.5, actually, I believe was his best score. Robbie's been around for a long time. I only had the pleasure of meeting him here and seeing him at the Worlds a few weeks ago in France as well. Super nice guy, heck of a competitor, great skier to watch. I don't have confirmation of who's going out first yet. It looks like Robbie is on the dock. Robbie is first. Confirmation from our scorer, Mr. Gagner. In parentheses. I like Gagne. You sound classier. All right. They just said it. Robbie 55.13. That's 34 miles per hour. 32 off. Robbie Alexander going out first. Same routine as before. First guy sets the standard. Second guy's got to beat that score. Here he is from South Africa, Robbie Alexander. Riding that LaPointe slalom ski as well. Nice, clean, wide pull out for the gate. Little overturn at 1, but that kind of warms you up and gets things going. Cruising through a 32. Now, Robbie, one of those skiers, if you look at him, he's very upright. So he's a tall guy, but he skis that way as well. Kind of like Todd Kuykendall. The body's upright, never crunched. Very traditional looking, but strong position. It allows you to get a couple more buoys when you get in trouble just by having that strong posture and position through the center line, using the boat to swing out to the buoy. So that's a clean 6. Robbie Alexander. Mike Dellinger, quite a funny human. Down in the water. I can hear him from here. Number 1 in your heart. Mike Dellinger's been at this for years. Never fails to show up. Refuses to quit. Also, skied 3 event at the Nationals a few years ago, I believe. A couple years ago. We got the first beat from boat number 1. All right, Dellinger coming out of the water, 32 off. Fantastic deep water start. Pulls his shorts down. This is LaPointe Slalom Ski versus LaPointe Slalom Ski. So the legend, Chris LaPointe, setting these guys up. Solid, clean one for Dellinger. Little hiccup there, 4, but again, I'm looking from far away. All right, that's 6 and out the gates for Mike Dellinger. I'm sure when he drops down there, he'll have something to say to Robbie. Oh, he's got something to say. We're hoping Chris Clark, as he makes his way down here, we can get radio voice over here. You'll see what I'm talking about. He speaks and you think it's coming out of 4 speakers. It's fantastic. All right, so we still have a lot of skiing to go today. We're not even into the round of 16, so we'll have 8 pairings, 4 pairings, 2 pairings, then your 3rd through 4th runoff, and then number 1 versus number 2. A lot of skiing to go, and it's great skiing. Stick around and watch. You might learn something. You might see a few things you don't want to do, but you will see some fortitude among these over 35 slalom skiers. Robbie Alexander, rounding 1 at 35 off. Looking good at 2. He's around 5, headed to 6. Robbie staying in the game, keeping the pressure on Mike Dellinger. Robbie's behind Keith Albritton and Mike Hurst. He'll drop down at the end and wait for Mike Dellinger to have his shot at 35 coming down the lake. All right, here we go. Far end of the lake, 35 off. Mike Dellinger. All right, Dellinger hanging in there. A little slow off of 4 again. He's good. There he is. Clean 5. 6 and out the gates. Mike Dellinger. Both skiers continue on to 11.25 meters, 38 off. Let's just see if, yep, Dellinger's going straight at Robbie. He sprays him. But I think I heard a laugh from Robbie. Unaffected. Brett says the only reason Dellinger chose to go second is so he could spray Robbie when he stops at the end. I don't doubt that. And that mouth is just running down there. All right, Robbie Alexander, 11.25, 38 off. So I've just gotten word that Darren Montgomery, who is your top seed today, whoa, deep deep for Robbie. Let's stick with Robbie, then I'll tell you our news. Little down course it into 4. He's going to get a full 4. Robbie Alexander. This means that Mike Dellinger needs a piece of 5. Now, right now, the best score that did not advance, I believe, is 3 at 38. Well, Dellinger's on the back of the boat. And he hurt his back, so you know what? I'm sorry because I have pains too. I've got to go ahead and laugh about this a little bit. We're dropping like flies out here. Darren Montgomery, I'm just getting ready to tell you that your top seed, Darren Montgomery, is not going to ski today because he hurt his back yesterday. Meanwhile, I watch Dellinger cruise over to the dock for a second. Dellinger's out. He's hurt his back as well, so he's out. So, Robbie Alexander advances. Now, what I was about to tell you is we've got to replace Darren Montgomery. Darren Montgomery is going to be replaced with the best score of the losing skiers in this round of 16. So, right now, that skier ran 3 at 38 off. That's Mike Columbine. May have a chance to go again. We've got Robbie Alexander advancing to ski against Mark Menashe. So our next ski order, we're going down to Mark Brandt and Matt Hines. Again, the best of the losing skiers in this bracket is going to replace Darren Montgomery. So I don't want to take his name off of here because he earned the top spot. I'm going to put a line through and put injured reserve for Darren Montgomery. Robbie Alexander with a score of 44 at 38 advances. Mike Dellinger unable to continue. Mike Columbine on the bubble right now to take the fill-in spot for Darren Montgomery. Yes, folks, as I promised, we've got Chris Clark coming over to talk to us. Now, I've built him up quite a bit, so let's hope he doesn't let us down with some weak voice and no humor.
Oh, man, I can't always be the funny guy.
Look at this guy. I see him over. You can grab that mic for us right there and flip it on if you can. I know you've used the microphone 1,000 times more than me.
Shocking
It'll
experience.
be fine. You'll get zapped. So I saw you warming up on the trailer hitch. I gave you a little crap and said, let me drive the truck around while you do that. But you just crushed it out there.
I know. I was shocked, too. The brand new ski is only like my 6th set on it. And, man, it did a good job. And
I'd keep it.
I was kind of surprised. Barton wasn't a guy that wanted to go out and trash talk, so I tried to be nice to him.
So I heard you did a little trash talking yesterday to your fellow Midwesterner, Pete Shoemaker.
He was fun. Yeah, that was a good one.
He's a good sport. So, hey, that we've talked a lot with every skier that's come through. When you're going out second, you know what you got to run, even if it's an easy score. It taps at the head a little bit, right?
I took a safety 3, and then I think I got bent over, and I pulled in my mind, I'm like, oh, I'll run the whole thing. That'll be cool. But then I'm like, boy, I'm barely getting to 4-ball, and I'm all stretched out just getting around it. But it was pretty exciting.
Hey, that what you call a safety 3, from my perspective, was a clean 3. I even commented, I think it was effective but clean and easy, so you didn't overdo.
But what you
Very
think
impressive.
in your head isn't the same as what actually happens.
We've got Mark Brandt on the water. We'll come back to Chris Clark just one second if he'll hang with us. This is your next pairing. Mark Brandt, 32 off. Brandt is up against Matt Hines. And he's got a clean 6 at 32 off. Now, Chris, anything that you can give to the viewing public as far as what happens next between this and the next round? What do you do? How does an athlete like you prepare?
Well, first I'm going to go pack all my stuff so I can get out of the house that we rented.
You don't want to have to get charged for another night.
No. And then I'll probably have a Cliff Bar and a couple more bottles of water. And I'll start concentrating on hope.
I think that's fantastic. Now, one other question. I've talked a lot about your radio voice. Is there any chance in as you move on towards retirement and things that you'll just do a radio show or at least a podcast for the world just to experience that voice on our morning drives?
I don't think that many people want to hear me.
I don't know that we want to hear what you have to say. It's just how you say it. It sounds fantastic every time.
I actually started out on the radio when I was like 18. I worked for a radio station in Marion, Indiana for like a year, and went to college, and that left.
Decided it might be a better way to make a living. That's great.
Talking wouldn't be bad. I like to people pay me to not talk.
Hey, well, fantastic skiing.
Thanks,
congrats on moving on to the next round, and we're looking forward to watching again.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, man. Good skiing. All right, Chris Clark, great competitor. Now we got Robbie Alexander, who just skied back to the dock. Dellinger came up lame, but I believe you put a good score out there anyway with the 4 at 38. How'd it feel out there?
That felt great, thanks, Seth. Mike hurt his back a little bit yesterday, so.
All right, we're going to pause for a second, come back to Robbie after we watch Matt Hines at 32 off. Good clean one ball. Another Florida guy, not originally, but that's where he lives now. Matt getting to ski. Now, you got to pay attention, too. A lot of these guys are from colder climates, so they've been skiing in cold weather just to be able to compete at this event. Now, Robbie is from South Africa. You're over here, you said, on business, right?
I am indeed. But actually, I spend most of my time in Greece. So I ski in the sea, in the ocean.
So this is a bit different. It's pretty fantastic conditions here, right?
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, what Clint's done over here, it's incredible. What a wonderful place to ski, really. Super.
And a shout out at all here to wonderful Chris LaPointe for that ski you're riding.
Chris is a star. Let me tell you, this thing is the answer. It's steady, fast, everything you want in a ski. Have you tried it, Seth?
I haven't tried it. I'm a little biased in the direction of my own Conley brand, but yeah, obviously, mad respect for Chris LaPointe, a legend in my mind, and I know he cares is the biggest thing. He's got so much knowledge upstairs that he can build a great ski, but he cares that you like it, so I know he's just vested in it, and we can trust that about him.
Yeah, he's a great man, a great sportsman. He knows, he was building skis back in the 80s, 40 years ago. In fact, he was wearing a T-shirt yesterday with his Maharaja. You saw it. 44-year-old T-shirt.
Wow, it's insane. He's been around for a while, and he is the man. Robbie, congratulations, and good luck in the next round. All right, here we go on 35 off for Mark Brandt. Looking clean. Gets deep at 3. Pulled out a little. He's going to hang in there, I believe. Calmer 5 ball. Just enough to get out the gates, and he's early by 6. Mark Brandt, 6 buoys, 35 off. Keeping the pressure on Matt Hines, who's waiting at the far end of the lake for his turn at the 12-meter line. All right, so let's look at our bracket again quickly. We got somebody replacing Darren Montgomery. The loser with the highest score in this set of brackets gets a gift today from Darren Montgomery. I'm sure whoever that gets this, Darren Montgomery needs to be on the top of your Christmas list because you get to progress through as the top seed if you can win your pairing against TC Baker. We're down here with Mark Brandt and Matt Hines. They're going to go against Todd Johnson, who's your 3rd seed. Todd, actually, I didn't mention this earlier. I said that only Noah and Montgomery ran 39 yesterday, but Todd Johnson also did and got a score of 1 at 41. Heck of a skier from Canada. So he'll be up against the winner of Brandt versus Hines, and depending on how far these pairings go, again, the highest score of the losing skiers will jump in right here. 35 off, far into the lake. Matt Hines got to run it to stay in the game. I believe he's still on a little long into 4, a little delay at 4, but he's a strong guy. Turns 5, headed to 6. Is Matt going to get outside of 6? He gets outside of 6. Little loose line and out the gates. Matt Hines, 35 off, staying in the game. He's got his gloves on that he wears at the airport when he directs air traffic. We've got Mike Dellinger bringing a chair over. Now, I got to go ahead and say, Mike, I saw you climb on the back of the boat. I heard your back was injured, and instinctively I laughed, and it wasn't at you. It wasn't because I don't have empathy or sympathy. It's because I was just about to announce that Darren Montgomery's not skiing because of his back, and I'm thinking, who's watching this saying, what are these old guys doing? Come over here. So Mike Dellinger runs 35. He sprays Robbie Alexander and then takes a ride to the dock. Tell us about what happened there.
Well, I injured it yesterday during just a perfect 35. No hard hits, no nothing. And something tweaked on my high butt as it goes into your back, and it just locked up on me. And I couldn't get it loose all morning. I'm on a bunch of Advil, and I still just couldn't do it. Coming out of the water, just for your deep water starts, was just killing it.
Oh.
But
let's real quick. We've got Mark Brandt here, 38 off. We hope it's not real quick, right? We want him to get through this. So here's an important piece. He now is, no matter what happens, if he loses this bracket, that'll be the best score. So Mark Brandt knows right now he advances
to go through
one way or the other. Well, not necessarily. We have 2 more pairings, but he will be the top spot right now to go through. What he's hoping is he wins this pairing so he doesn't have to wait and see.
On the last chance.
Exactly.
Well, it was, I knew it wasn't loose, and my thought was, Robbie, we were talking earlier, and he goes, I think I'm going to choose first. And I was like, okay, good. So my plan was to just, if I feel okay, I'll ski, but at least give him competition. And then I wanted to run that. I was down there, and Jeff's like, you want to get in? I go, no, I don't want him to know. So, well, not necessarily for games, but I wanted him to have a shot at 38 to get himself warmed up, because he's going to have to run it next round to move on.
You also did it for the rest of us because we don't want him getting a bye and not having to ski.
That's it. He should have to run his thing. So we came down here and, able to get through 35 anyway, and then just pull out like I was going to shorten over here. So so he had to do his full competition and take what he could at 38 and feel the competition part of it.
I think that's great. Here we go. Matt Hines needs a piece of 5-ball to advance. He's a second skier, so a tie does not do it for him. 3.5 puts him in the lead of the people taking Darren Montgomery's spot, but he wants 5. He's slow out of 2, turns 3, and he blows the tail, moving those shoulders to the inside. That's 2.5 for Matt Hines. Mark Brandt will advance. That's our next guy. Right here, Mark Brandt versus Todd Johnson. I'm going to ride him in. I do want to point out that what I got out of that story is that Dellinger has a butt injury, some sort of pain in his left buttock.
We're going to call it back.
Back. Oh, I'm sorry. Back. Lower back. I distinctly heard him say butt. But a back injury. He is out, but he did a solid for the whole field by letting Robbie Alexander go through his normal paces to earn his spot in. And still, great skiing, Mike. I mean, if your back's hurting bad enough to not advance and you ran right through a 35 like that, that's nothing to laugh about. Good stuff.
Well, I didn't really. The sad part is that I spoke with Chris LaPointe last night, because my ski we're just setting up a new fin and stuff on it, and I believe I have the secret sauce settings, but I did not have a chance to see what it would do right there. That was more. I couldn't turn to the finish of it.
What if you have Chris work on your back too?
Well,
he seems to know a lot about body and ski. Here we go, Mark Brandt coming back to the dock. Your winner.
I'll be honest. I'd rather have Jennifer work on my back than Chris.
Fair point. They've both got some experience.
Yeah,
we'll try to get Mark Brandt up here for a quick interview. I'm going to bow out of here pretty soon and go get my mind right to go water skiing myself.
Who do you have
nice job, Mark. What I'll do is stay up here, and I don't know if I can talk about these two guys. The next two guys, the winner, Kevin Head and Francois. The winner is going to ski against me. So I'm going to do a scouting report up here, I guess. I don't know if this is a good idea or a bad idea, but I'm going to hang and watch, and then I'm going to head out and get ready for water skiing. Perfect weather today. We still do have that breeze coming up just a little bit, pushing you down the lake. Did you feel any wind at 32 and 35? I mean, I know the water's calm, but any breeze compared to yesterday?
Not really. I think it's less. It's less than it was yesterday for right now, which you get a little bit more, right here at the gate than you do when you got
trees down the lake.
You get a little bit more movement in the water when the wind's not blowing. right here at the gate. But once you're in past one ball, really didn't notice too much in the course at all.
Gotcha. So, do you care to guess how much money you've spent in duct tape over these years, duct taping those ankles? We'll get back to that after Kevin Head takes the water. He chose to go out first. He's behind Keith Albritton, 32 off Kevin Head. Now, Kevin ran 2 at 39 the first round yesterday. I watched him ski, talked to him. I actually met him yesterday. Great skier. Great guy.
Moving on.
After this, we're going to let Mike talk to Mark Brandt. Mark Brandt ran a 4 at 38. And Mark, we knew as you turned 4 that would put you in the lead. I don't know if you're aware that Darren Montgomery's not skiing today. So the top score of the losing people in this bracket are going to take Darren Montgomery's spot.
So what you're saying is I just won the lottery?
You had it as a backup. You didn't win the lottery. You won. Had you lost with a 4, you would have won the lottery. Yeah, let's here. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'll finish up with Mark, then I'm going to head out. But no, you won anyway. You're staying in your spot. But with a 4 at 38, had Matt beat you, you were still the top scorer of the losers if that happened. So you had 2 chances to get in. All these next 2 guys have 2 chances to make it into the next bracket. Right now, the lead is 3 at 38 of the losing skiers. You ran 4, beat your opponent. You're moving on anyway. So how did it feel out there?
Good. Little amped up. Been struggling the week here and wasn't feeling like home, but once in a while I feel the magic, and other times I'm feeling something else. So
I get that. We got Francois on the water here, maybe feeling the magic at 32 off. Riding that Denali. Like I said, we have a lot of different skis out here. There's several people riding the Denali. Darren Montgomery was, but he's not skiing today. We got 5 and 6 at 32 off. Now, I see you're riding the MC.
Yep. I'm waiting for
Tell us a little bit about the Monte Carlo.
Let's see. I rode a ski for about 7 years called the Fisher. And then I was trying to get off of the Fisher. And I hooked up with Boris, tried his ski. Tried some other skis, just didn't really improve any scores. So this was a good transition for me. This is a smaller one. It was not a bigger one. I was getting rid of the smaller ski and figured I'd better try it before I get rid of it, and started skiing some of my best skiing.
You certainly look good.
That was a couple years ago, though, so I've heard I need some more rebound. So, yeah, my rebound's starting to wear out. So,
you mean as a human?
No, I think we're talking skis.
Oh, we're talking skis. Okay.
Yeah,
I think all of our rebound as a human is wearing
one of the legends was telling me about it. So,
gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, but always open to try some different skis, but I just don't like giving up scores and working too hard for no reward. So,
Understood.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. We got Kevin Head coming back, 35 off. This is the 7th pairing in this round of 16 to get to the Sweet 16. Kevin Head with a big 2-ball, looking pretty clean, going to 4. Turns 4. Nice, casual, smart 5. 6 out the gates for Kevin Head.
pretty smooth, pretty easy.
Smooth, right?
Yeah.
It's a long drink of water. If that phrase, does that phrase? He's a long drink of water. Does that phrase exist in Wisconsin?
Yeah, we got some tall guys. You know Rick Trenery.
Oh yeah, he's a long drink of water as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, Kevin Head's about 6 feet 13 inches.
Oh right. Arms.
All arms. All right, that's a clean 35. We've got Francois coming back at 35 here momentarily. Like we said, still ideal conditions out here. Mark, you're gonna advance. We wish you luck in the next round, and congrats on this round. Hey, every round you got to celebrate a little and then move on.
Oh yeah, I mean it's all fun. That's why we're here. We're just trying to do the best we can. The brackets are important, but without the scores, don't mean anything. So stay focused on my score, my performance, and see what happens on the piece of paper.
Sounds like a you do you situation, and I love it.
Yeah.
Good job. We'll see you in the next round.
All right.
And you're welcome. We're gonna watch Francois come back at 35. He's got to run it. to stay in the game. Now these two guys one of them will advance to the next round. They'll be up against me actually. He stands up a little at 3. He stays in it at 4. He's outside of 5. Is he going to hang in there? He comes up short. 5 at 35 for Mr. Francois. Monsieur Francois. Met him last night at the event. What a nice guy. Great skier as well. Kevin Head will advance. Now, is Kevin going to choose to try 38? Looks like he's not. He's saving his energy. I guess that means I need to go save mine. I'm going to turn this over to Mike Dellinger. I appreciate you letting me be a part, and I hope that I have no reason to come back, but we'll see.
If Shaq could just lose a little bit of weight. Yeah, I was going down, trust me. So our last one, our last match here.
We got Sam Ingram. He'll be going out first. Then he'll be going against Terrence Fogarty. All right, so Sam Ingram coming in. First pass, 32. Nice pass. I like Sam getting nice and aggressive there right out of the gate. He was this is quick. You're 32, 35, 38, so you're into it pretty quick here. And although that's just a warm-up pass, it's nice to see him be aggressive, not trying. He's really kind of getting ready for the next pass. His 2 and 4 on that pass were a little more aggressive than I think he needed to be at 32, but that's just him ready for competition. Trying to feel it, how hard he can push it without getting crazy. All right, so Terrence is coming out next. He's got the boat I chose. Terrence is out of New York. And he's a Nautique dealer. One of our sponsors. Nice and easy start. All right, they'll be coming back in 35. We're starting to get a little bit of a head tail here, so that's going to make it nice for the guys that get through the 38 tails coming from this dock end. So we pick up with just a little bit more headwind. I think we're going to see some 39s get run as we get further into the competition. We are missing Darren Montgomery, who is normally a 3 out of 4 39s are going down with him. So you won't get to see that today, but backs seems to be the injury of the old guys, I think.
This is our last pairing in the first round. Is that correct, Jeff? Yeah, this one's Terrence and Sam Ingram. I think this is the last one for this round. All right, so here comes Sam. He's coming back in, 35. And he's just cruising right along here. He gets a little bit deeper out of the 2-4. He's just feeling it. That was a no issue 35. Sam's gone first, so he gets the advantage of quarter buoy, I guess is what you could call it. Terrence does have to beat him. If they tie, Terrence loses, Sam goes on. Now they wait down there the same at each end. We got a timer in the boats. The second beep, the next boat goes. That keeps whatever rollers or everything the same for every skier as much as we can do. All right, this is Terrence. 12-meter line, 35 off. Ooh, a little slow out of 4-ball there, but nothing he can't handle. And out the gates. Pretty good pass. A little hiccup at 4, but all right, so we got Sam Ingram. This will be 38 off. My prediction is Sam runs this. What's that?
This one, I don't think we wrote down this one.
Also, there goes Sam coming in, 38. Nice and wide. Good pull out. Oh, he's going to need to hammer a 4-ball here. Nope. So unofficial 3. 2.5. He did not get back to it. So Francois did not win that, though. I think Head won that. Yeah, okay. So Kevin Head advancing against Seth Stisher. And now we got Sam Ingram with 2.5. I think the half is going to kill him. I have a feeling Terrence is going to run the 3. He doesn't have to get a super tight 1 to do it. That's the advantage of going second. Now this is a perfect example for it. He doesn't have to get a great start. He just needs to make sure it's solid and that he gets a good hard 2-ball, get all the way over to 3, and he can S-turn it over there, knowing that he's going to do the S-turn. He doesn't have to be in great turning position for 3. So really he just needs a good start, get over to 2-ball, and get a decent 2-ball.
He's got that nice one-handed gait. Pretty good one. Uh-oh. Didn't have the tight enough line. Took a little bit straight path to one, even with the one-handed gait there. That's my first prediction that I've missed on the wins. You know that. I thought with 3 he was moving on. All right, so we're going to move Sam Ingram. Sam Ingram will be going against Mike Morgan next round. Sam's going to need to get through 38. And let's see, who else we got up here? Darren's out. I'm not sure what we're going to do. Oh, okay, so whoever gets the highest number. So all right, so we're going to take a look at the scores and the rules and figure out who's supposed to take Darren's spot since he bowed out with the back injury. Yeah, we'll get Sam up.
Sam, come on up.
Sam, come up and tell us about your skiing experience out there. We'll bring Sam Ingram up. He can tell us about his match. We give Terrence the thumbs down.
All right.
Now don't get yourself electrocuted or anything, but
I'll bring my. Close to the mic.
Yeah, cozy up.
Cozy up.
cozy big boy.
Over here. I don't want to
That's
knock
all right. One of those Google things. It's waterproof. So tell us what happened out there.
Well, it's been an interesting weekend. You know, if I put too much into it, it doesn't tend to work out. And then if I don't put enough into it, it doesn't tend to work out. So
well, somewhere in the fine. But you know,
so there's a middle point.
The gate that you had there, I thought looked really good. You were nice and wide. You had a good tight line as you come through. But it wasn't the path leaving one that was on optimum there.
Yeah, I've been playing around with my front binding a little bit. I noticed it was off center on the front of it. And I moved it over about 1/16 of an inch yesterday. And the ski seemed to work a little better. And that would really I moved it in a way that one ball would have really tightened up one ball. But I've been really struggling with kind of a loose line at one. Just over and over and over again, and then the race, you know, then I get into the race.
Begins. Well, your 2.4, as I was noticing, even on the 35, your 2.4 is definitely a quicker finish turn, and you were running with a really tight line over there. So making up for it a little bit on that.
Yeah,
side.
I've always usually my offside turn, my 1.35 is usually pretty darn good, and then I tend to sail down course on 2.46 a lot of the time. So now this tournament, 2.46 is kind of saving me, and I'm loosey goosey on 1.35. So anyway, it's what a great fun time. You know.
Well, you got through. I actually called it on the webcast that you were not going through on that. I thought Terrence. I thought, he didn't. Yeah. I thought you had 3, and I thought, okay, then. But when they gave you 2.5, I went, ooh, that's a big difference.
Well, I saw Mark Brandt go first, and I thought, well, I'm just going to go first. Mark went first. It worked out for him, and you know, I was an upper seed, so
it does take the other guy out of your mind. That's the strategy I think it works. It's like you don't care what that other guy's done. You just got to go run your business.
Go run your business. The best I could get was 3. They scored. I'm not sure, but I did get 3. Anyway.
Well, they gave you 2.5. That's why I called. That's not going to be enough. I thought Terrence was going to beat you and get the full 3.
Yeah, no,
but he didn't have the one ball to do it.
Yeah, I would have protested that one. 'Cause I know I had a foot or 2 on the inside of that the boat guide. So anyway, but it wasn't easy. I mean, I was coming into 3 ball and had to get the S turn in there. And yesterday I missed the S turn for 3 at 39. So today I was bound and determined I was not going to miss the S turn because, when you get around the ball and you got plenty of time.
You might have a go talk to the judges because they didn't give it to you and you sound like you really worked to get it. You want it.
Yeah. I wanted that 3. I wanted 3.
You need a 3.
Yeah, right.
Oh, well. So who do you got for your next round? Let's see.
Mike Morgan.
Mike Morgan.
Yeah.
You're going to have to run 38 now. He's going to run 38. No matter what it is, he's going to run 38.
So when I was just getting started skiing, I was watching Mike Morgan and Chuck Forrest, go at it back in the day. And it was really exciting. And, I was skiing 36 mile an hour at the time, I guess. And he must be a few years older than me or something. But anyway, I've been watching Mike Morgan for a long time. And, it's, it was a long, hard struggle to get.
And he's still really good.
He's really good. Yeah. Yeah, he's really good. He's been lifting weights, I guess, and stuff. So anyway, it's going to be a real thrill to ski with Mike.
Well, go give it to him.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. Good luck. Ski well. I won't say good luck. Ski well. Yeah, a whole lot of decisions going on over there. All right. All right, so here we are. You know what? I'm going to kneel. That's better on my back. Yeah, that'd be good. Because that bending over isn't doing me any good. Perfect. All right, so here's our lineup. That's right. All right, so our lineup here. So we were just talking with Sam Ingram. Sam's going to get Mike Morgan. This is an interesting match. Sam's going to he runs 38 most of the time. Morgan always runs 38, so he's going to be somewhere in the 39s. Todd Johnson and Mark Brandt. You got to say probably advantage goes to Johnson because he will run a 39 on you a little bit more frequently than Mark. But Mark's been through it as well. So in the last couple of years, reigning national champion right there. Let's see. Then we've got Chris Clark against Casey Contos. Chris did a great job beating Bart and pulling up with 438 to take that one out. Although Casey's probably not the one that I would want because he hasn't run 39 yet, and the last 3 or 4 tournaments that I've seen him at, he runs a 39. So that's going to be a tough one for Chris to get by. Let's see. Then we got Chad Baker against Noah. Chad will need to be right up there running personal best to beat Noah. That's just the cold, hard facts. You got a guy that just got to 35 years old. Great skier. Him and Chet ski all the time. That's going to be a tough match for Chad on that one. Seth Stisher, Kevin Head. Kevin's a tall, thin guy. Haven't seen him at too many of these type things. The experience in the head-to-head's probably Seth, but, Kevin's skiing really well. Doesn't seem to be affected. Skied well in this one. Beat Eric Francois, and he didn't tire himself out too much. Did not go for the 38 afterwards. Just went on into the dock, and he's ready for Seth. Oh, let's see. Then we got Robbie Alexander, and Robbie skied well this morning. Ran 4:38 against Mark Menashe. Robbie's going to have to ski at his best to beat Mark. Mark has had 39 run yesterday. Ran 5, and he had it killed up to 4. He just kind of got on the tail of the ski at 5 and couldn't get it over to 6 to finish that one out. But that's going to definitely be decided deep 39. If Robbie wants to beat him, he's going to have to get there. This next one, Jeff Kepcha and Joey Blakely. Kepcha's going to get Joey, who's been skiing really well the last couple of years. He's got a national title in the Men 3 division, skied well at the Senior Worlds. Kepcha, who is skied well this morning. I expect that one to get settled somewhere in the mid to 39s. And then this is what's going on over here with the judges. We're trying to figure out, going back through the rules to see what happens, because Darren pulled out with his back. TC Baker's got to go against somebody. And I think it's the highest of the losers in this last round, highest score. So if somebody got, I think I saw a 3.5 at 38 that lost. I don't remember who did that, but whoever that guy is probably going to be going against Baker. So we'll know in a few minutes. Let's see if I can get Darren Montgomery over here. I'll see if I can get Darren Montgomery over here since he's the one that caused all this problems. Darren, why don't you come on over here and tell the crowds watching, you know, how you screwed up the event. We'll tilt that up a little bit so we're off of there. It seems like back injury is the injury du jour. Get that on for you? Yeah, it's on.
Okay. Yeah, you know all about that. So
yeah,
yeah, I guess it's just part of the sport, unfortunately. So I hung on to something I maybe shouldn't have yesterday and tweaked it, and then proceeded to have to take a hit out the gate, and then proceeded to take another hit out of one ball at 41. So I think it just added up to not being able to ski today. So
ended up to the end of his tournament, but good, got to 39. You
got to 39.
A lot of 39s and skiing well. So.
Yeah, the end of the year has been pretty good. So I can't complain. It's just one of those things. So I ruptured a disc this summer, so having gone through that, I really don't want to do it again. So I'm just going to be smart and bail out. I don't think I've ever not finished a tournament I've started, but first time for everything, I guess. So yeah, it's kind of screwed up the brackets here, I think, but hopefully I think they've got it figured out. So
figured out. Well,
so we'll see.
They haven't told me yet. I still don't know who's going in for TC Baker, so we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. So I don't know how it's going to pan out, but yeah, it'll be a good competition, and hopefully get a few guys here through 39. It'll be great. So we'll see. But yeah, you know about back problems. So
yeah, it was kind of in my butt, but it was butt back. Seth wants to call it butt anyway.
Same thing, yeah. It's all the same thing. So no, yeah, we'll get back to the action here, hopefully. I know they're having a meeting now. So.
Well, I don't know. We toss you out of the mix. Who's your probably got to go, if you had to guess out of all of them, who's it going to end up with? What would your number one pick be?
Yeah, I'll probably have to go with Noah. He's skiing he's skiing good. He ran 39 both rounds yesterday, and I've been skiing with him a little bit at home, and he's been getting over the 3-ball quite a bit at 41. So I would have to say that he would be my pick right now, I think. So.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. So he's skiing good.
I'm going with a dark horse here. Maybe not the number one, but I'm thinking, I'm seeing a look from Mark Menashe that he's not happy with missing 39.
No, for sure. Yeah, Mark's always in the mix.
I think he's going to run one, and he's going to take somebody to 41. Now let's see. He's going to get. Well, he'll end up with TC Baker before he gets. If he survives that, then he'll have a shot at Noah. So Noah, I'm seeing a pairing coming up with Noah and Todd Johnson.
That'll be a good one.
That one goes through. There's a couple others that could take him out, but they're going to have to run. I got a feeling you got to have to get through 39 to beat one of those.
Yeah, no, Mark had a good 39 going yesterday, so I think he thought he should have run that one. He probably should have, but and he can never count TJ out. So yeah, I mean, statistically, you'd have to go with Noah and TJ and Mark for sure. So they're
Mark
the best,
probably could have run that 39, but then he'd have been
maybe
out for a back.
So yeah, maybe smarter than all of us. Maybe, I don't know.
Be up here announcing again.
Yeah,
go on up.
Right. So, but yeah, he looked really solid yesterday. I was surprised that he didn't get through that one. So, but yeah, he's always in the mix. So you can't count him out for sure. But there's a lot of good skiers, so you never know in these head-to-heads what'll happen. So only one little mistake and can take you out. So is what it is.
Now is Barton still in the mix?
He is. He's since they moved everybody up, he kind of comes in as the bottom seed there.
So he's coming in against TC Baker, because I noticed he's still wearing his vest over there.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been out of the water for 30 minutes, but I think he likes the way it looks on him.
I think
Makes him look slim and trim. What do you think?
Yeah, kind of bowed up, but yeah, I think they're trying to figure out the kind of way the rule was written. It doesn't seem quite fair, so I think that's what they're kind of debating right now. Because the way it's written, Bart would actually take my spot, which being the top seed, you get some privileges with that, and so him coming in to take the top seed spot, being the lowest seeded skier, doesn't seem quite right. So I think that's what they're trying to figure out right now. So they got the rule committee over there in a deep
meeting
here. So we'll see what the outcome is.
Since they're all here, they can decide on it there. So.
Yeah. So that's the beauty of it.
So there you have it.
So maybe we can wait a little while and the wind will kick up here. So I don't know.
Yeah, it is. We don't want to ski in perfect conditions.
It's easy.
Who wants that? Anybody can do that.
Yeah, exactly. No fun in that. Get some white caps or something. So
Swiss Ski School. If you haven't been here, come down here in November and December and January when it's freezing wherever you're at.
Yeah,
because it won't be here. It'll be fine.
Yeah, it's a great place to ski for sure, and they got the villas to stay in, which we did that route, and I tell you, you can't beat it. So, great place.
Do you play golf?
No, not well. I can tell you. I hit the golf ball around occasionally, yes, but I wouldn't say I play golf. No, I'm terrible. So.
Well, for the golfers and skiers, this is it, because you got a nice course right here. Right alongside the lakes. They used to have a par 3 that it's not set up that way anymore. They changed the route a little bit, but you would hit over the top of where the 55s were. You would hit, and it was funny because you had to wait, or people when you park, because the boat would come through, and it's like you don't want to take somebody out with a golf ball upside the head.
Right.
But I think it got to be where people were like, let's go ahead and fix this and change the course around a little bit so that we're not hitting over skiers' heads, because there is a liability issue sooner or later that's coming to play there. And as a homeowner's insurance agent, Dellinger Insurance, by the way, if you need that in Florida, that can be a problem.
Yeah,
especially knowing that you have a problem and you don't fix it.
And being negligent on top of everything else. So,
So anyway,
absolutely.
But great course, lots of fun.
Yep. Yeah, it looks good. It stays fairly busy, it looks like. So, yeah, I'd been up in Orlando a little bit growing up. So, everybody'd always come to Swiss and they'd golf and ski, and it was always good. I just never got into golf. So, just stayed skiing.
I used to come up here when, way back in the early days when Pierre and Denise Grimm started making it, and a friend of mine, Ron Thompson, was out here, and Clint was here skiing. Clint Stoutelbauer was here. So that's when I met him, was way back when. Ron and I would come out and we'd ski, and Clint would ski, and then Ron and I would go play golf. So
Gotcha.
like, you come in, take a couple sets, go play
golf. Yeah.
And they hadn't even got, the greens weren't totally grown in. So you'd hit it on the green and you call it, that's an automatic 2-putt, because you weren't allowed to mess around on the greens.
Gotcha.
So,
cool.
The old days.
Yeah, the glory days.
Yeah, that's probably why they got rid of that 3, because we would take some golf balls extra up on the par 3, and depending on who was skiing, you'd hit little chip shots at them as they're going. You kind of try to drop one on them. Looked like little grenades going off.
Yeah, right.
You're coming by.
That's awesome. Good stuff. Good stuff. Well,
they are battling it out over there for the decisions.
They are. Yeah, I'm going to have to go check out of the house here if it waits much longer.
We've got Jennifer Lapointe over here. Maybe she'll come over and talk to the people at home.
Yeah.
Jennifer, I was talking with Regina yesterday, and Jennifer and I both skied for UCF back in the day. Collegiate Nationals is going on right now.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yes.
Do we want to
Scoochie.
do we want to admit that how long ago that was?
Maybe 15, 20 years or thereabouts, something like that. Who was back there? But we had a good collegiate career. You had a great collegiate career. I had probably the most fun that you could possibly have in a collegiate career.
I can attest to that.
And UCF doesn't even have a team anymore. I'm a little disappointed in that.
Yeah, I was a full scholarship for them. So back then they had, a real team. And
Stepped up.
Yeah. I think that they got in trouble for misbehavior, and now they can't have a team. Something like that.
there were some issues.
Was it right after you graduated that there was no more team?
I had nothing to do with that. That next team was a problem with we had a school bus that everybody rode on to the tournaments, and they abused that privilege of the school bus, and I think that's what got them in trouble. So anyway, Regina was talking about next year we need women's division in this and bringing it forward, and I mean we do.
I think at least one tournament should just be like who's the best at 34. You know what I mean?
Like
it should maybe be all the tournaments, but I really think so. Yeah, I would like to see that.
It's
because we were talking about it a little bit earlier. You got Josephine, and you got Karen, and you got Vanessa Veek, you got Chelsea Mills, and you've got Regina. At least that's the ones I can think of.
And it's fun, and there isn't. I don't think there's any. This sport is smallish to the point where I don't think that there's anybody in that whole bracket that would care. It's just like, let's go ski. It's it's just fun. So I think maybe we'll do that next year. We got to do something with it, or maybe you do.
So I guess we don't have fan voting. Like right now, we can just have fan voting on that.
That's it. Hey, write in, and that'll give them some ideas and.
Yeah, let us know.
Tell them.
Is there like a website or anything?
55 West.
55 West. Let them know if you want to see a straight up best of 34, regardless of gender, regardless of what type of swimsuit you wear.
There you go.
So what happened to you? I was like, oh my God, what are the odds that the two La Pointe skis had to go against each other in the early round? And of course.
Well, I spoke with your husband Chris last night, was setting me up. We've been working on this new fin. He made me a fin on Friday. It's accomplishing what we want it to do. It was fixing the 135. So we made an adjustment last night. I called him with the numbers and where do you think I need to go? Here's what I'm feeling. So we made a nice change, but I couldn't even feel it. I was yesterday popped it on just a 35 coming back that just got me, and I couldn't get my back and butt muscle loose, and I'm trying to pull my knees
you've had a lot of trouble with that, right?
I have. It's
I remember what you did
a couple of times this year, and I knew it as soon as I did it, finished the pass out, and then I just couldn't loosen it up. And what it does is it just takes away the power in your legs. So it felt like I was so stiff-legged at finishing the 35 and then attempted 38 after that I couldn't push it and get where I needed to be on it. And then this morning, I didn't want to, for the rest of the guys, I don't want to give Robbie a bye because it's not fair.
Yeah.
He needed to ski. And I was happy that he chose first because then I could just
do a little skiing.
Just get through 35 and make him do what he's normally going to do to run.
So you and Todd both are injured. So it's like, is it contagious? It's like going around at your ski site where you guys train, like, don't go there because you're going to have a bad back when you get done? Or?
Well, part of the reason that I think I was injured is because I was not kind to Todd about his injury yesterday. And I was.
So karma.
Yes, I think karma got back to me a little bit because I basically called him kind of a wimp. I'm like, come on, dude, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, right.
But he knows when he shouldn't be pushing it, and he wasn't. I didn't think there's a chance of more injury for what I did today. I was like, just don't do something stupid. I was excited to try the ski, but I couldn't bend properly on those first two, so I really didn't even get to see what the secret sauce that I now have on my fin.
Right.
So I'll hopefully.
Well, and I was asking Chris LaPointe who he was rooting for, but he was kind of silent on the subject.
I'm sure it was me. So,
It was you to you.
Yeah,
when he was talking to you, it was definitely you.
Well,
when it was Robbie, it was definitely Robbie.
You can't trust those foreigners. That's what I tell him. So, no, but Robbie's a good guy. I just met him. I didn't know him, but he was, I think, appreciative of the fact that he had to gear himself up for competition and, go and do it. But he skied well. He skied well yesterday
too. Europeans,
too.
he's one of the top guys, so he doesn't always have as strong a competition as there is here. When he's in Europe. So.
Well, he looked good, and he's tall, and
I'm going to point out there was 3 LaPointe skis in the comp today. So,
well,
that was good.
I love it. It's
it's growing. It's contagious.
I've just got to get the speed dialed in a little bit. When I'm running it, right as nationals was going, I think it has a lot to do with the water temp, because the water temp was so hot and warm that right before nationals I was okay. I'm back. I'm doing 39s again, and it's like I'm getting through some, and I'm right on the verge. And I did well at nationals. I had a great start at 39. Kind of blew it. Ended up third, but I was feeling that okay, I'm ready. I got a ski now that I can get back to running the 39s on it, and then I've kind of, since that water dropped down, it's really changed where I'm at, and we're gonna have it fixed here once I get.
So we were talking about all the people at 34 skiing together regardless of gender. What about like we did at the Queen's Cup, where you like if you're a 32-mile-an-hour skier, you just go 32? That was pretty tough.
I like that, and I don't think there's anything but and you can do that. I think you can open one up where you do all of that, because I was just talking with John Wilkins, who's running 35s 3 out of 4 times, 4 out of 5 times, and getting midsummer, he was getting mid to deep 38. He's been skiing with us in Orlando. And I'm like, that's perfect. Come on,
Yeah, Jack Mills too, getting into into 41. I think it made it fun, and it was really
I don't know about that.
A new opportunity.
I don't know about that Mills guy though. That's too many buoys. He runs 39 like every time out. That's no, he's good.
So some people can do it, but not everybody.
No, I watched him run at Worlds, and he ran with a mediocre one ball at 39, almost out the gates. He ran 5, and I was like, he's still going. But he got it back, and he blew away the competition in that round.
Yeah.
So it was like,
yeah. You think the guys would go for that?
I think they would. That's why I stress to the people that sit at home and go, okay, I've saved my money. I'm going to regionals or going to nationals. These tournaments are a blast, and the people are not, it's not cutthroat death thing, and they just want to ski and want to have fun and want to be in competition. If you and I were paired together, I would have just as much fun beating you as I would beating anybody
Well, I would
else.
have just as much fun beating you as well. So, yeah. Well,
right,
it looks like I need to get ready to get on a tower.
And it looks like we have a decision, because I see a boat running down there. Well, thank you.
Bart's going to substitute
For whoever. He's going against TC Baker then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bart will be our first skier.
All right. So thank you, Jennifer,
thanks
for showing up. And
do not tell them that we were on the same.
No, I'll keep that to ourselves on it. Go UCF. Go Knights. Okay, so the decision has been made. And of the last round, we have Darren pulling out. So they had to do a little bit of ciphering, as Jethro would used to say. And we've got, okay. So Barton's going to be up here. Barton Rockwall is up there. He'll be going against TC Baker.
Is there any change in the starting length? Still 32 or?
We're still 32 on this round. The next round goes to 35. So, yeah, Elite 8 will go there. So, yep. Still be a 32 off start. So we're going to be looking at a 38 with just a slight tailwind. Seems to have settled back down a little bit. It was coming up just a little bit. But I think we're going to see a whole lot more 38s being run. It gets a little bit, the reason that you're seeing some 38 problems is that the way we start coming straight off the dock, we're throwing a startup roller down here that's affecting where the gate pullout is between the gate and one. So it makes this end a little bit tougher to get started at 38 or even 39. You don't have clear, calm water on that pullout. So you'll see them kind of bobble. You may see the ski go up and down a little bit, and it's not really cleared out till you get down to about 3. So makes the other end a little easier to start your harder passes from. But I think we're getting to the point. All these guys at this point are skiing really well. And I think we're going to see a whole lot more battles decided at 39 and maybe see a couple 39s go through, because they should have a 30. Looks like a little bit of a headwind start at 39, which is going to be nice coming from the other direction. So Bart's going to be the first one out. Now, he would not have gotten the choice, so TC elected to go second to take that quarter buoy advantage. And 32 off is just cruising the park, just warming the muscles back up for Barton. All right, TC Baker going to be coming in. 32 off. Young, strong kid. He's on a Denali. Good strong pass. Pretty aggressive one ball there, just really getting into it, setting the pace. 6 confirmed.
Because they'd actually done something in their lives. There's a lot of shady people.
All right, so here comes Bart. He'll be coming back at 35. Wind looks like it's died down to almost nothing, so. And a nice easy 6 for Bart. Okay, TC Baker coming back. 35. Really nice start. He's carrying a nice tight rope the whole way through. Nice and smooth and easy. All right, I am duct taped, ready to go. All right, so now is when it's going to get a little tight. Coming back in, 38 off. We've got Barton. Barton with the quarter buoy advantage of going first. Oh, a little loose line at 1. Good hard 2-ball. There you go. He's back in it now. Oh, got a little broken out of 4, but he's fine. Enough to get out the gates. 38 off. Gone down. Now I think he ran 2.5 or 3 at 39 the other day in one of the prelims. So that's 6 at 38. So now we're going to have TC Baker coming down.
Hey, Robinson, why don't you put it over here? Why don't you put it on this table? That way I can still go grab it and score at the same time.
All right, so we're waiting on the beeps. And here we go. Keith Albritton driving that boat. Ooh, that's an aggressive one. That's going to be trouble here. But the youngster is out of rope. So Barton's moving on. TC had a little issue there at 1. I thought he had a pretty good gate, but it looked like he took a little straighter path to 1 than he wanted. I'm not sure. Like to watch that again and kind of see where he went wrong there. I thought he was good and wide at the gate and had a good pull through, but he got a little loose line at the finish of that, and that cost him. It caught up. Sooner or later, you have to make a big turn to get back on the right path, or you just keep hanging and banging, which is usually what happens. And if you can hang and bang enough, you can get out the gates. But it's so tough once you get off of the correct path to get back on it. It always takes 2 or 3 buoys in order to do that. You can't make it all up on the very next one. So you got to kind of be aggressive, but not too aggressive. And it just caught up with him. Not enough to make it. So Barton, who did not win his division, but in the last round, but got through because he had the highest backup score of that round. He's going to move on. So interesting. Probably on paper, I would have given that to the youngster. But now Bart's rocking and rolling here. Now he's going to get the winner of Joey Blakely and Jeff Kepcha. Oh, okay, we were not paying attention there. Barton wanted to come in and take a shot at 39, and he got a half. Now, he hadn't had a look at it because he missed 38 the last round, so he probably just wanted a nice look at it at 39. But the issue is now that he's in the Elite 8, he's not going to get 39 from that end anyway. So I don't know. If it was me, I probably would have just passed on that unless he thought he was going to do something for his record books. But yeah, you're down there and it's a beautiful day. Why not take another shot at it? All right, so next up, not sure what our next pairing is on that. All right, so we got Chad Baker. And he'll be going against Noah. So Chad has his work cut out for him today. And Chad's going first, so he's going to get the quarter buoy advantage. This is a herring impaired group. Did you get that? This is a herring impaired group. You'll see when they come by. Little light up top. Some of my best jokes, I'm the only one laughing, but that's okay. This is for me. Did you give a little chuckle? A little chuckle? Good. I'm sorry. John's your man. He's got a joke for everything, that Wilkins guy. All right, Chad comes through. Now we got Noah. Noah's from South Florida. He and Chet down there skiing all the time. Noah running the school. Another great ski school. You can't go wrong taking advice from either one of those guys. See? Sometimes it just takes a while for my jokes to settle in on you. You gotta let them percolate. The wind has died out to almost nothing, so no head or tail. Water levels are a little high right now, so they're getting a little bit of nervousness water as you pull out. Mainly this little area right here as you pull out for your first gate and your third gate. So here we go with Noah. This is a big, strong young man. You know, with the herring impaired, where you or I might run a 9 degree on the wing, they have to run a little bit more, maybe 9 1/4, 9 1/2 degrees on that wing to get it slow down with that head. You get that head too waxed up, it goes through the air. It's just wind. It's all wind resistance. It's science. This is science, people. I'm serious. Chet. Chet, he has that. Oh my God. Barton, the Barton, the luck of the draw, comes in here. He's gone through a range of emotions where he was knocked out, done, stomping, throwing his ski. No, I didn't see that.
Do any of that.
But
so I've never been involved in a head-to-head where someone gets
give one of these.
where someone gets resurrected from the dead. I've never seen that, but it's so weird. Darren Montgomery, our top seed, one of the top couple best skiers in this event, and he's a really, really good skier. He had to pull out, and because the way our rules are written, the person with the highest score that was of amongst the losers in the previous round got to advance, and that was me. So we'll talk about it in a second.
All right, so we're coming back in. This is 35. Chad's having no issues here. Suspect him just warming up, just getting there. Chad's out of Texas, big strong man.
So just super lucky because I did not ski well the first pairing that I had. I give credit to Chris Clark. Between the super still water and the shadow runs down the lake, and we're like we can probably come up with 300 more excuses, right? Bottom line is I skied poorly. He skied better and he advanced, but then because my score was the best score of all the people that lost,
you were the best loser.
I was the best loser. Well,
and now you're not.
And
now it feels good.
I've been resurrected from the dead. So yeah, so this is crazy that happened. But so I'm now I guess in the Elite 8. It was a fun round. I wish I would have gotten more at 39 there. I decided to continue because I wanted to try to have an improvement there at 39, but just didn't quite get it. But thanks a lot, and looking forward to continuing in this event. Thank you.
Well, 39 will be coming from the other end this next round. So you get that going for you. But good skiing. Way to go. Way to get through. And the 38 looked really good. Yeah. All right, so here goes Noah, 35. Sorry, I missed the beginning of it, but usually Noah's 35 looks like his 32, and his 38 looks like his 32. So you saw it. It all looks the same from him. He's on a good ski. And I believe Chad's on a good too. I think this is a battle of goods. All right, we're waiting for the beeps down there. I don't know if there's much trash talking. I at least made one attempt and splashed Robbie. You got to make him do something. Every time he stopped, you got to tell him something. I was messing with him down there. I go, did you see how good that 32 looked? It was unbelievable. Here goes Chad. This is 38 off. Good hard one ball. That looks just like he always does. He usually gets pretty hard at the 135 side and fairly clean on the other. So there you go. That was a pretty no thrill 38. So Chad's skiing good. Looks like he's going to push Noah. He's going to push Noah and make him really use some energy up if he wants to beat Chad. Well, one of the best ones, I had the opportunity to do it. I'll tell these people this. I was against Greg Sund. And at the time, Mark Shaw and Greg Sund's daughter were together. Shaw being a few years older than Greg's daughter. And I had the opportunity and I couldn't do it. When I pulled out at the end, I was going to ask him how he liked one of his contemporaries dating his daughter, but I didn't do that. I could have. I didn't do that because Greg is too good of a guy. All right, here comes Noah, 38. Looking nice and easy, and well, Chad's 38 was good. That one looked like 32 compared to. Yeah. If Greg's watching, I'm going to get a text. But I didn't do that. I should have, because Greg beat me that head-to-head. The Choppa took me down. Well, that's what I did. I did spray him, and I have a lot of other things that I could say to Greg that weren't quite as. But I don't know. When you bring it, I think part of the issue was that I have a daughter, and my daughter was just, so I knew that would come back to haunt me if I said something like that. Mark thought it was a great idea, though. He thought, oh, you should have done that. You'd have beat him for sure. So, all right, 39s it is. All right, so here we go. We got Chad Baker coming in, 39.5. He's got a little bit of wind here that just popped up, which is going to make this start nice if he can take advantage of it. Oh. Well, Chad just gave it to him. Now, you know, if I had to guess, I would say that Noah comes in and just takes he's not going to stop at one. I think Noah's probably going to take kind of a conservative one ball and then get on it on the way to two ball and run it. Because Noah wants to run 39 again, maybe even take a shot at 41 from this end. But I would have a feeling that Noah's probably just going to make sure he has the one in hand, doesn't do anything stupid at one. And then when he gets to the wakes, we're going to see him put a little oomph in it, a little grunt to get outside of two ball, and then attempt to finish this pass. I could be wrong, but the young bucks, and as good as he is. Or he might just ignore that and just hammer 1, 2, 3 and go. But it's perfect for a headwind 39, so I got a feeling he's probably going to go to run it. He'll get off a one ball and smartly, and then go from there. Nope, he's conserving energy. Sounds to me like he probably got a phone call from Chet and said, hey, don't do anything dumb. Once you make it to today, it's not about how you score, it's about winning. So, good job. That's a no-stress win. We'll get Noah to come up here and talk to us a little bit. Noah, come talk to us when you get a sec. All right, we're going to write Noah in. Noah got the you got the no stress win there when the guy pulls the half. That's it. I like to say, tell us what it felt like out there. You look good. Your 38 looked like. Here, stand over there so I can see you. I'm gonna write your name in over here since you're all wet. But your 38 looked like your 32, who was pretty no stress.
Yeah, so. It felt pretty good out there. The driving's good. The site's fantastic. It was a good first round.
We'll take a short break. We'll just come.
All right. Next out, this is Joey Blakely. This guy skis with me. He's lives about 5 doors down from me. Just a little warm up for him. Joey's just turned 40, so he's one of the youngers.
We did it. You gonna stand up on a chair?
The funny thing Mike, is that most people don't want to get shingles, but when you would go at the handle,
Wants to get what? Shingles? Oh. He would not like that joke. Joey can't get a roof put on his house to save his life. Oh. He's been without a roof for like 8 months. So Noah, tell us about your run and how you felt out there. Everything was feeling good. You look good.
Thank you. Yeah, it felt good. It felt a lot like yesterday, to be honest.
Good. It looked the same. You're 38. You're 30. Well, I'd say you're 39 yesterday coming this direction was about as clean as you could get. I mean, it never looked out of place, never too hard, and in control, which is good. So,
yeah, it was fun. You know, after we knew he ran a half, Jeff looked over at me and said, "We're going to S-turn it, right?" Like, yeah, okay.
Well, you know, my comment to them was, I think Noah's probably going to go easy out of 1, and then we're going to see him get nasty at 2 once he knows he's got the win. But then I figured, okay, Chad had a call with him last night and said, do not screw it up and do something.
We didn't have a call, but we've watched a lot of head-to-heads at the lake, and it's always a bummer just to know you could have S-turned it and you went down.
Yeah.
So,
and 39, anything could happen. Even though you ran it great yesterday, little something catches you, and all of a sudden you're sitting there kicking yourself in the rear.
It could get you. But it was fun. Yeah, first head-to-head, that was good first round. We'll see what we can do in the next one.
We're waiting to see. You might get, well, let's see. We got Chris Clark and Casey Contos. And Casey's, I haven't been to a multi-round tournament in a while where he hasn't run 39, at least one round. So the bad thing is, for you, is that Casey hasn't run it yet. So I think he's about due to run one on you. So
well, he can run it against Chris and miss against me.
I'm looking forward to that matchup. What do you got here? You got a little. You're not quite old enough for the division.
No, he's about 32 years off.
All right. Are you skiing yet?
He is.
Yeah. Yeah, you are. Tell him. I'm skiing.
I just go.
He goes skis.
Well, thanks for coming up. Good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
And there you go. Keep it going.
Come on, buddy. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. You want to hold the microphone?
Kid wants a microphone. He's ready. All right, so Jeff started 32 there. That was Kepcha on the second skier. Of course, no issues at 32 off. So they're coming back. Jeff's West Palm Beach. Joey's Orlando. So a couple Florida boys. Both riding goods. Blakely is former all-world when he was younger, and he did take the Men 3 national slalom title, which was the first time he took a slalom title in 2020. Coming in 35, he looks good. Nice easy start. Looking good, just skiing cautious. 35 is never going to get him. So Joey's looking good. He's looking good. Gave me the thumbs up. That means he's his back's feeling good. He's been nursing the back for a couple of weeks, but seems half this tournament's nursing a back. But He's looking good, feeling good. He's got the adrenaline pumping. So Kepcha will be coming back in at 35. Jeff's also a fantastic slalom driver, but I never get to ski behind him because he's always in my division, but everybody raves about him. And no problem for Jeff at 35. That looked about as clean as you could do it. Skiing well. All right, I think we're about to start seeing some aggressive skiing now. I'd kind of like to see the wind come up just a little bit. Get rid of this nervousness stuff here between the 55s and the gates from this end. The other end's fine, but this end's a little movement in the water. Just water's a little high. Joey with a pretty, oh, I was just about to say he had a pretty good start, and I think he clipped that buoy. I think he clipped the buoy and it skipped because he just lost his ski, his interlock, everything came off. And he had a pretty good gate and won, maybe a little on the tail at one, but wasn't anything. I didn't think he was in any kind of trouble going there. I think he just clipped that buoy. Well, if I was a betting man and I had $100 to bet right here, I would say that Joey's day is going to be over. I would think Jeff's a lefty as well, which gives him a little, he's going to come through and hammer one ball. So he needs a full 3. Joey's with 2.5. Jeff's going to get a good one because he's going to hammer it being a lefty. And he's just going to take a conservative 2 ball, make sure he doesn't screw it up, and pull all the way to 3 and S-turn it. So I would say Jeff would win this 9 out of 10 times with all he's got to do is run 3. So let's see if he can knock it out. Pretty fair 1, 2, and he's got the rope, and he's going to S-turn it and be done. Well, no S-turn, but he was fine. And really didn't even hit 1 that hard. He just turned it, knowing he's only going to have 3. Didn't have to push it too hard. So that is going to send Joey packing. Yeah, you'd think yeah, Joey's usually good for being into 39, and that will knock him out. Kepcha, Jeff Kepcha, making the Elite 8. And he goes against Mulligan boy, Barton, Rockwall. So if there's any justice in the world, Koepka will probably run, Koepka will run 39, and Barton will, if he's going to really prove that he belonged there, will have to run 39. We'll see. I did. Yeah, we'll give it in there. So, Blakely runs 2.5. Koepka takes the 3, takes the win. Jeff Koepka's in the next round against Barton. There you go. They'll be talking about that one. Let's see. Here's our next matchup. Contos, is it Casey? And, yep, I see the head bandana on Chris Clark down there. Casey does not want to look at that. Casey has decided to go first, it looks like, because he doesn't want to look at Chris's headdress for the rest of the day. All right, we'll get Jeff up here, do a little talking. Come on up here, winner boy. You got to go against the consolation prize guy that snuck his way in the back door. All right, next out here, Chris Clark and Casey Contos. Casey's going first. So he's going to have that quarter buoy advantage. And like I say, he probably doesn't worry about the advantage. He just wants to get away from Chris Clark as quick as he can. Because Chris will talk garbage no matter who he's skiing against. Jeff, come on over here. Don't take those bright neon gloves of yours off yet. Everybody see those things. This is how you can always tell the Koepka's on the water, too, because you can see his gloves from about 1.5 miles away. So, excellent job out there. You know, Joey kind of gave you one there. I haven't seen Joey miss the 38 in about 10 tournaments.
He sure did. I mean, neither has Todd.
Yeah, I was surprised, but I did, as soon as he went 2.5, I thought, okay, Koepka's a lefty. He's got him. You know, he's going to get a nice hard one ball and just coast his way.
I got a lot of Christmas cards to send out this year after that. But I just wanted to say hi to Cecilia, who's watching me at home.
Ah, how nice. And
Thank God for a nice, beautiful day.
Casey Contos here, running 32 off. Casey, we don't need to talk about that. It's beautiful, like he always does. So I thought, you know, once he fell at 2.5, I thought, you know, if he runs at least stands up, gets the 3. But Joey actually, he looked fine going into it. I think he clipped the buoy and went because he lost everything. Ski and everything came off of him. And then at 2.5, I went ahead and gave you the 95%. Jeff, gonna take this one.
I've been struggling the whole tournament. I haven't run 38 yet, and I just keep getting gifts. And I really wanted to try to run it, but you know, what are you going to do? You know what I mean? So
you get a gift, you take it,
and go from there.
Yeah, well, it's good. I mean, you looked good, and you know, the 38 start that you had there, and I know that you didn't want to be crazy at one ball or anything, but it was fairly smooth. You could have continued on that. You weren't late at 3, or you weren't, you know, you had a decent
better
2.
And better. So as time goes on, it's just feeling
you're
better.
ready.
And better.
And your next opponent is ripe for a beatdown.
Bart.
Yeah, because
I'm looking forward to skiing with Bart, and it's been great. I mean, I didn't think I'd ski 6 or 7 times, but I'm game.
All right, here comes Chris Clark.
Man.
Well, good job. Good luck with him in the next round.
All right, man.
Chris Clark, consummate trash talker. He will be talking at the ends. I'm sure that's why Casey went first, to just get away from him.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Chris was already strategizing. He was I'm going to have to bring it all out. And he's not talking about his skiing. He's talking what he's going to say on the end. I think they may train together some. So.
Oh, even better.
Maybe
that's the best.
Maybe he won't do too much. You know.
Well, I doubt that. I think you're going to give it all to him.
Okay, so we're getting ready to establish the Elite 8 score brackets, and we will move into a 35 off start to give us a little bit more adventure, a little bit more entertainment, hopefully. Scores have not been that high overall. Not sure whether it's the pressure of the event, the money on the line.
It's a little nervous water. The water's a little high because of, the storm came through. We didn't get a lot of wind right here in Claremont, but the lake filled up beyond belief. So starting docks underwater, and that causes a little rollback. But we'll get a little wind on it. Looks like it's going to come up, and I think we'll see some.
Casey's got a great style. He's one of our young guns. Oh, a little slow out of 2. And bangs 3.
And yes, Todd Crow, we are live.
Looks like he's settling in. That was better. Had a little bit of a slow 2. Did you see that, Mike?
Yeah, I think he's still feeling it out a little bit. 35 off, you can make a mistake or two or be a little slow out of it and then just get aggressive behind the boat and get right back on the right path.
So as I'm sure everybody's heard, people have been dropping like flies with injury protocol. I guess it's just part of the game. My speculation on that, though, is it was absolutely most of it occurred before the event.
Not mine. I know exactly what happened. 2:35 yesterday. Dagnabbit. All right, so we get some chicken pull up.
Okay, 35 off. Chris Clark. Pretty good 1. Out of 2. A little slow out of 3. He turns that ski well. Oh, a little hunch there at 5 ball, but good enough. Okay, let's see what's happening down at the end of the lake. I really want to see what's going on. Let's see if we can. Oh, I do hear Chris down there, Jeff. I can hear Chris Clark from here. I'm not sure if he's talking to the boat, but I think he's trying to talk to the skier. Okay, 38 off. Obviously, we know this is where it gets more challenging. Casey's probably about 90, I would say 90% at 38, but he has missed it this weekend. Got Jeff Gilbert behind the wheel. Nice gate and 1 there. I mean, that was textbook. Oh, out of 2, really nice. Good 3. Nice 4. Just a pretty good, pretty textbook 38 there. That was a really good pass. Chris is going to have to bring his A game. He has run 38. I think Chris ran 38 in our warm-up tournament, or did he?
He ran. I thought he ran it first round.
Okay, he may. Yeah.
He may have run first round on this. I know he.
But
ran
he has run it on that new LaPointe ski. But like I say, he's going to have to bring his A game to work it out.
He hit the buoy, but he I'm riding on a tail ski. I'm thinking, I don't know whether his back's messing with him a bit. Did he get a bad one? Mediocre. I didn't think he was that late going to 3. He just looked like he flipped it.
Okay, Chris Clark, 38 off, slight tail. A little bit of a slow one. He's stretched. He's gonna. Oh, that's it. Okay, 3 at 38. So Casey Contos will advance.
No. And which one? This one? No, Chris Clark just ran 3. Okay. Did you get 3?
Well, I don't know. He didn't run 38. Okay, as you can see, we're populating our brackets here. And, this is actually, for the viewers that we have, you can see how this is flushed out very uniquely. The best skiers in this format, this competition, unfortunately, the best skiers don't always advance. We've had some upsets, we've had some injury protocol. We've had some surprises. So that's why, that's why this is a pretty cool format. I mean, usually this is all tailored down to the Elite 8 with, your 39 guys against your mid 39 guys, but it's even been a little bit more unique than that. We've had a few early falls. A little bit of wind yesterday. So, we're just definitely amateur skiers trying to compete at the highest level here. The pros, the elite pros, they're the big guns. Don't ever, I've heard people talk about when they move into 34. Well, I think 34 is just as hard or all that. Well, let me go ahead and tell you. 34 is easier than 36. It's just that simple. 36 is the real deal. I ski with Adam Caldwell, and I watched, pull him a lot. I mean, 39, 39, 39. And I occasionally ride in the boat and just see this, you watch a pro skier run 39 from the boat, you get out of the boat and you say, oh my, we've got to work harder. So I think we'd like to shout out to our sponsors, Good Water Skis, Masterline, Radar Skis. Thank you very much. Okay, we got Mark Manassi out of Arizona. What's the challenge for Mark in these type events is he's coming from the Arizona water to this, deeper, typically slower Florida water. Mark, I don't think he minds me mentioning that he will train fast. I don't think he skis 34.2 straight up all the time. Very capable. Very capable of running 39 on demand. I think his best this weekend so far is around 5 at 39. But almost at every one of our events, this will be this is our 5th event. And it looks like it's going to play out that way again. We're going to have some. We're going to have some skiers that don't run 39 in the Final Four. So that's why we encourage participation. Everybody's thinking they got to be able to run 39 to come to these events. Well, if you're keep in mind, you come to these type events with the driving. If you're running mid 38 in the tournament, you're going to have a chance to run 38. Okay, here we go. Robbie Alexander, all the way from South Africa.
Robbie looks good on that LaPointe ski. He looks smooth.
Yeah, he rides that very well, I think. I believe he trains in Texas also, or has a place there.
But he lives in Greece. I was talking with him earlier.
Wow. Well, I wonder. I guess that may be
the world traveling stuff.
I wonder if he trains at the world site. They're talking about doing the senior worlds, the 35 plus worlds in Greece.
Well, it's not that big of a country, so I'm sure he skis there.
Yeah. And there's also talk of it being at Destin. For us, we obviously that would be. I mean, you talk about a venue. You're right on the white shore beaches of Destin. I mean, they are just beautiful. Corey Pico's place, 3 lakes, awesome venue. We're at Swiss Water Ski Resort, 2 lakes that are, running, I think 11 plus months a year, brand new boats. Here we go. Mark Manassi, 35 off.
That's about as clean and pretty as it gets. He controls the rope so well.
Mark is a very, committed 34-mile-an-hour skier. He trains hard. He trains very hard. I know he skis with Steve Ware, some of those guys back there some. Yeah. And he has knocked down some 39s this year in tournaments, in record tournaments. So very capable.
All right, so this is Robbie coming back in, 35 off. Got a big, long reach. Nothing crazy going on. He's just riding the rope, doing a good job of it.
Robbie's pretty fresh. I think his previous matchup went quick. Is that right, Mike?
Well, I kept him honest. I made sure that he had to run his normal run. but coming out of the water for me was a bear. That was the worst part, just coming out of the deep water start. My back and butt are killing me. But he didn't know. He knew I was injured yesterday, but it's good for him to be able to run a competition set, see what he can do, press himself on it, because I wouldn't want to be in the position of he already got a first round bye, of getting another bye, and then you're not ready for the next match when he needs it, which is now. So he went first, luckily, so he didn't know that I ran that second pass and I was done. But Jeff and I talked about it down there, so I was going to drop, making sure that it looked like I was just going to go right back out in it, so that he wouldn't know, so that he'd keep his head fresh. So, and he did a good job. No, I was done. I wouldn't have wanted to come out of the water again.
Okay, here we go. Mark Manassi, Arizona. Yeah, it's got a great style. Watch this. Nice and high with that reach on his onside.
Oh, a little loose.
Slow out of 2. Oh, he bangs 3. A little slow out of 4. Long pull to 5. Oh, I don't know. I do not know.
I do know. He's only got 5. Okay, so he left the door open for Robbie.
That is a big surprise to me. What did you see there?
2-ball. It's we talked about it earlier. When you miss a buoy, it's so hard to get back on the line in the correct position with the correct speed. Now, we thought, when he banged that 3-ball, I thought he was right back in it, but then he went into 2-4 and he did the same thing that he did. That 4-ball looked identical to his 2-ball.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And at that time, he was just a little too far down, and the only way he's going to make that was really hammering a 5-ball. And I think he tried to, but sometimes when you do that, the skis got to straighten back up, and that's what happened. So he couldn't make it. So I'm
very surprised with that. I don't, like I said, I don't know. I do know that apparently the pressure of continuing here in this event is just really taking its toll.
Yeah. Well, I'm if you had to call one right now, is he going to run it? I think he's going to run 38. I think he's moving on. I think he's going to take Mark Manassi out.
Robin's been around.
Yeah, see, I didn't know him much. Well, I know he's over in Europe. He's skied a ton, so he's used to this. But
I'm going to go ahead and say he's going to knock this down.
Yeah, he's been looking good on the ski. Let's see if he can be aggressive. And I mean, he's got to run the pass. There's no 5.5, so you just go run 38.
Pretty good one.
Something he's done every day and he got a 2. Come on, baby.
He's got a little bit of a bang hit there. 4.
Oh, he banged 4 though. He's got it. Go, baby. Yes, he does.
Good enough. It looks like he's out.
Okay, good for Robbie on that LaPointe ski. He's got, he did the same thing at 2-ball that Mark did. He kind of got a little slow bit, got a little loose line and a slow turn, but he hammered 3 and got right back into it, and he hit 4-ball good and hard.
Exactly.
So
I agree 100%. I mean, you could see that. So he had, like you say, Mike, he had a slow 2, he banged 3, and he banged 4. So what the pros talk about is don't try to do it all at one buoy. And apparently,
that worked.
Do it at 2 buoys.
That's it. You could do it at 2 buoys, and he'd look fine at 5. So
how do you put that in your equation out there, Mike, when the pressure's on?
that's crazy pressure. You got to run that little bobble. I was going to say, I think Robbie's going to take a shot at 39 because he hadn't seen it today and wants to take a look at it. So Mark is down there just sitting in the water, having to lick his wounds, which stinks for him. But Robbie's coming back at 39, and let's see if he can get down the rope a bit. I think he's got a little headwind here. I'm going to call at least 4. How about that? He's going to get outside of 4-ball.
I don't know if he's willing to.
I think he's ready. No, he's ready. He wants 39. He's not here to just run a little bit. He's got a really nice setup coming in here. This is a week. I'm going for it. I'm calling him 3.5. He's going to get a piece of 4. Nice one. Tight line. There you go, 2. A little slow, 2. Come on, hammer 3.
Oh, he's in it.
There's 4. Oh, look at it. Who calls a 4 ball like that?
He settles. I tell you what, I think he was in that.
I don't, he really, after that 3 ball, woo!
Yeah.
Nice job. Nice job on that. That's Robbie running on a LaPointe ski. And I really think once he hit 3 ball as hard as he did, he had a nice tight line over to 4. I think he could have cranked 4. That might have been where, if this was just a record tournament and he wanted to just run for a score, he would have tried to hammer 4 ball and get out the gates. Yeah, but he knows, hey, that by beating Mark, he now gets, let's see who he gets. So Mark Menashe, give me that blue, oh, it's on your chair. All right, so bit of an upset there, Mark Menashe, although, you don't know how big of an upset. I haven't seen Robbie ski that much, but obviously it looked like he could be taking down some 39. So Robbie's moving on.
Okay, so we're getting further down the brackets, and you can see the intensity, the skiing is really starting to pick up.
So now Robbie's going to advance. He's going to get the winner of Seth Stisher and Kevin Head. So we're getting now to the point where these are going to, I'm predicting just about everything's going to get decided 39 and beyond. So we're looking good there. A bit of a surprise from Mark Menashe. Oh, visitor, puppy dog. But good for Robbie. That's good skiing, and he looked really good doing it.
So we got Todd Johnson against Mark Brandt. This could be an interesting matchup. Mark Brandt with lots of experience in these type of events. Obviously, Todd has lots of experience in these type of events. Todd did run a pretty daggum good 39 in the second qualifying round. But Todd did miss 38 in the first qualifying round.
That's your little wild card there, but he looks good. Todd always goes out first in the head-to-heads. He doesn't like watching. He don't care what you do.
I was just with Todd a few minutes ago, and he literally did not know who he was skiing against.
He does not care. Doesn't matter. His job is to go run 39. So if they can catch me, they can catch me. If they can't, too bad.
Todd's a Canadian, and they got the Canucks, man. They're just typically so easy going. Now he can bring out his A game. I saw the game face yesterday on that 39. After he misses 38 and goes out there and just, there was never any question that he was not. He was absolutely going to run that pass. But here we go. We're at a new day, new. We're in the competition aspect of it. Mark Brandt, seasoned competitor, been running a bunch of 2s and 3s at 39, looking really good. He's up there in my age bracket, but he's been looking really good all weekend. Watch this gait right here. He's got a very interesting gait. Got the one hand, very erect style, very connected. And an easy 6. Okay, so we got some of our big guns on the water. Todd Johnson. I've watched Todd ski for many years, and I remember being at the '07 Big Dog Finals, and I believe he ran 39 every round. But back then, that was not necessary. That would not necessarily allow you to win first place.
So this is 35. Todd coming in. Just nice and smooth.
Todd's very
a little aggressive
smooth
on the 4 ball there, but
you know he's working that rope. His go-to 2-4 side is phenomenally strong. Just sort of rides the line a little bit on 1-3-5. But I mean, when he gets in trouble, he can just get into that 2-4 and really do what you need to do. So our goal is to end up into a 41 off final. Obviously, that's our goal. We'll have to see how it plays out.
Mark's your reigning national champion for the men's six, isn't he?
He surely is.
He said y'all gave it to him because he didn't feel like he skied that well, and then everybody behind him, he was just watching them drop like flies and standing around ready to collect his hardware. But that happens sometimes.
I mean, he's a little bit older than me, thank goodness. I can't say that. It's good to be able to say that. Actually, I think, yeah. But he is a heck of a competitor. Got lots of national titles, by the way. Mark Brandt coming in at 35 off. Look how erect he is coming into 4-ball there. Throws a hammer a little bit on his heel side turn at 5. Now he is skiing on, I believe, is that an MC?
Yeah, he's on the Monte Carlo, the MC. He's got the prettiest bottom on the ski. He's got that carbon see-through.
Case.
Casey moving on.
Casey, have a word with us.
Tell us how that match went. Stand over there a little closer so they can get you in front of the.
I don't want to block here.
So Casey, so do you and Chris actually live? I believe y'all from the same state. May train some together.
Haven't trained together. He's up in northern Indiana, and we're in the middle of the state. But definitely see each other a lot at all the tournaments. So yeah, it was fun to get to ski against him.
Let's call in this 38 tail here. We got Todd Johnson on the water.
Can we even call it a tail anymore? It's amazing out there. This conditions today were the best that I've enjoyed for the 3 days.
He gets a little bit of heel side. Watch this 4-ball. Wow. That's what you call a 4-ball.
Yep, set himself up as long as he doesn't. I mean, he can cruise at 5 and 6 as long as he holds that off of 4.
So Casey, so you move on. I watched that 38 off. That might have been your best 38 of the weekend. What do you think?
Yeah, I was telling the boat, I think it was the best 38 for the 3 days here, and it feels really good. I mean, lake and everything, it's nice right now. Can't complain at all. It's great.
Now, did you take a crack at 39?
I did, just as a freebie, just to try one more, to try to run one this direction, and still ended up with 2, but that's okay. We'll see for the next time.
What do you think happened on that?
I don't know. Something out of 1. Once again, I probably need to stay on, keep that polling position longer, and just stay into 2 longer, and then open up instead of coming in narrow.
So you're one of our competitors on a radar ski. Tell us about the radar.
Yep, I'm on the Radar Vapor Pro build, the Chris Rossi design. It's going well for me so far. Got some encouragement from him and some fin numbers couple months ago, and yeah, it's feeling really good right now. So.
There you go. Is that the latest and greatest radar?
I'm on the 22 version. I did not upgrade to the 23 at this time, but basically essentially the same shape. The Vapor Pro build for 22 and 23.
Okay, here we go. Mark Brandt, 38 off, gets a pretty good one. Little slow out of 2, but manageable. Yeah. Oh, he throws the body in the water at 3. Oh, it's slow 4, and that is it.
Yeah. Deep 3, and he stood up 4, but fighting for it.
You know, I don't know if the well, Mark's been, that's might have been his 3rd set, so he may be feeling some fatigue.
Right.
So that could play. It's interesting to me at these events to see, like I did see, like Noah pull up. I mean, I've seen a lot of people, you know, pull up early and save their energy. So everybody's got, I believe we're just seeing a little bit more strategy, competition. You know, everybody wants to move into that Elite 8 and Final 4. And, you know, this is a competition. This is not a record tournament. And I mean, it is a record tournament. You know, the scores do count on the world standings list, but that's not what we're here for.
That's right.
So, so who you matched up on this next? What are you in the Elite 8?
Yeah, I got Noah Veek next. So he's the upper seed, and we were already talking about boats and ski order down there. So coincidentally, we're both from the same lake in Central Indiana. So even closer than Chris Clark and I. Noah and I are both from Emerald Lake there in the central part of Indiana.
So did you actually know Noah?
Yeah. Before he moved to Florida full time, he grew up there in Indiana. So. But he's been down here, you know, several years.
Oh, here's Todd at 39. He bangs 2 ball. Watch this 4.
Come on, Todd.
Oh, is he going to get through it?
Come on, Todd.
I don't know.
Oh,
okay.
And that does count. The first 4 scores go in the scorebook for him. So very, very solid 5 at 39 for Todd Johnson.
Man, and you know the interesting part of that to me was that was not perfect, but he still got 5 out of that.
Yep, he knows that line. He takes that ski where it needs to be, especially outside of 2 and 4. Doesn't I guess you could say he's not inefficient with he's efficiently keeping that ski just outside the buoy, especially 2-4, and takes what he needs to take.
I mean, there is something to be said. You ever noticed how, like, pro skiers, their spacing on the buoy is, I mean, like, to me, I watched Nate, and his spacing on the buoy is about the ski width.
Yep.
I mean, much. And that is from 35 off to 41 off. The spacing is incredible.
Right.
Very consistent.
Yep. And his vision, he's already turning his head. He knows where that ski needs to be. He's already turning his head across the course to find the next one for that direction. There's a pretty interesting video on YouTube. I saw Rob Hazelwood talking about that very subject. You know, as you get short lines, you know, getting comfortable with that, you know, your ski, you're not going to be, you know, 22 off, 28 off, super wide line outside the buoy. You don't have enough rope, so you're just getting comfortable with only seeing that buoy and your ski barely outside of it.
Yep. I mean, it's really incredible to watch. Those guys are just so consistent and precise, and but that's why they're the pros.
Mm-hmm. Todd Johnson up here. Yep, let's get Todd up.
Well, Casey, good luck. You got your work cut out for
Absolutely.
You. You know, but I know you can do it. I've seen you run bunches of 39, so I'm pulling for you.
It's time to do it. Yep, now. Todd, great job. Thanks, Casey. You take that with a white glove. You okay?
So here's one of our. Todd just ran 5 at 39. How did it feel, Todd?
Yeah, I didn't actually get much of a start. I was pretty narrow, but thankfully I got out of one okay, and then had a chance to get settled in and get a little way down that line.
Yeah, it looks like your 2.4 is still your go-to as you need it.
That's usually where I make up my time. Yeah, if I need to drop a big turn, it'll be at 2 ball.
How was your start on that 39?
It was a little bit slow. Yeah, a little slow. I've been having trouble getting wide at that gate, and so it means I go hard in through the gates, and I'm too slow with my ski speed. So
now this ski, it's a good water ski. I mean, are you able to talk about it?
Yeah, I mean, this is a ski that has been in production for a little while. I don't know much about what's underneath the top sheet, but I certainly like it a lot.
Okay, well there you go. Todd has got this, I think, a prototype. Todd, well, you looked awesome out there. We're pulling for you. You're in the Elite 8 now, is that right?
Yeah, survived against Mark. He's a great skier. He didn't quite get it done today, so I get to move on, and we'll see who's in my bracket.
So what do you do with that 35 starter? Is there any strategy change on that?
Yeah, nothing for me. Just commit to a good pull out, and then it'll be the same as 32 as 35. So.
Well, thank you so much, Todd, for being. You're one of our on the organizing committee. Todd, as everybody knows in this event, Todd is doing a lot of stuff, and thank you so much for all your effort.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Mike.
Okay, Kevin Head is matched up against Seth Stitcher. Seth just completed his 32. Here we go with Kevin Head, 32 off. I mean, a big 2 gets stretched, but he negotiates it. I don't know if he's feeling the pressure or not, but 2 and 4, he was a little bit stalling on 2 and 4 there a bit. This should be an interesting matchup. You got seasoned veteran Seth Stitcher. Seth being a former pro skier and has been skiing with us on the 34-mile-an-hour circuit for about, 10, 12 years now. He's not necessarily the youngest skiers that we have, but he's still considered one of the younger guys, believe it or not. And he's got to go against this young gun. Have you seen him ski, Kevin Head, this weekend, Mike?
Tall, got a nice reach, and good form. I mean, hey, that works well in slalom.
I mean, I watched this guy ski, and I could see in 2 passes. I said, okay, he's young, he's tall, he's got technique. I believe he's training with Dave Miller. Oh my gosh. So do you think he gets enough practice?
Yeah, well, that's, those guys, it's about 3 sets a day when Miller's tired. So a good day, that's good day, eh?
Here's one of my training partners, Seth Stitcher. I ski with Adam Caldwell and Seth. Great skier, fun to be around. Both of them is just like always in a good mood. Everybody knows Seth, looking good at 35. Still got that textbook pretty style. And I think his best this weekend is, I believe, around 4 at 39. Now he's wanting to knock it down. You watch these tall guys, Kevin Head ski. How tall do you think he is?
6'12".
I mean, he's at least 6'5". And I mean, and how do you have good technique at 6'5"?
Well, let's see how it works.
I wonder if it's almost like I know Dave is on, and Dave Miller, and I would pretty much guarantee you Dave definitely encouraged this guy to come, and thank you, Dave. And he gave him a lot of information before this event. And it looks like it's working.
Yeah, well, he gets through this one. He's in the 8, so he's got a tall order to beat Seth. Look at him. He's way taller than the boat down there. Nice, smooth start. This shouldn't tax him too much.
Just looks a little, I don't know, I've watched him a little bit this weekend. He just looks a little bit maybe tentative. I don't know if the pressure's getting him, but a little bit on, maybe too much on top of the ski. He's going to hopefully get settled down after those 2 warm-up passes and be ready to knock down a 38.
Sometimes these early passes, a skier doesn't. They think a little bit more about just don't screw this up, and that kind of holds you back a little bit from ski the way you normally do. To be aggressive where you're aggressive, do what your normal thing is, and that's another reason why some skiers will pick going first, because they don't really want to watch the other guy. They don't care. They want to just go. Let me just go do my thing. I don't want to look at you. I don't want to watch you. I don't want to go, I got to have to run this, and just go do what you do.
And you get that quarter buoy advantage.
Yeah.
Okay, Seth Stisher. He is on a Conley ski. That is a prototype Conley ski. I guess I could say that. Pretty good one.
Nice one.
Pretty good 2. Oh, he bangs 3 a bit
3.
there. Pretty good 4. He looks like he's in management mode there a little bit. Okay, so Seth is,
Yeah, after that 3 ball there, and he didn't just hammer 3, but he hammered 3 and held the rope nice and long to 4 ball. So that was pass run, because he didn't have the best 2 ball there. He got a little bit into 3, and then just from that point on, it was easy. You knew once he held on to it well off of 3, he got a nice whip out to 4 and management mode. You're right. He just, all right, I got this.
He's got, one thing you can talk about is posture on the ski. He's got a good posture on the ski, and that can take you. That's absolutely important, and it can take you a long way. So posture on the ski is super important. We all ski a little bit different, so you want to keep striving to be up on your front foot, connected, etc. So Seth demonstrates that well, but he doesn't have to. He also knows he doesn't have to run it perfect.
All right, here comes Kevin Head.
Keith Albritton behind the wheel.
Nice one.
He's a little deep there. Let's see what happens at 3. Oh, a slow 3. He's going to have to really go hard here. I don't think so.
Not going to get it. Seth is going to move on.
Kevin, great skiing. I know that's not what you wanted. I really think, maybe just the little bit of the tournament pressure. I don't know. It's definitely a factor.
Yeah. All right, so Seth's going to give it a go at 39. Wants to take advantage of that headwind and get one of these down, get his confidence up, and just take a look at 39. Just get the gate and, at least get a 1-2. I don't think you're going to see Seth take any hard bangs or anything here. I think he's just going to really, you want to take a look at that gate. Get a nice smooth gate, get your start, maybe a 1-2-3, and if he's anything late, he's probably let it go right there. Now's not the time to push it and try to, get your record tournament round in.
Yeah, I agree. He wants to take a look at that gate. We all know that the gate at 39 can be tricky. And to give us, Seth ran 39. I know he ran it last fall at Trophy, but I don't know if he's running in a tournament this year.
Pretty good 1 ball there. Nice control.
He's in it.
Oh,
right. And just like you said, he felt it.
Probably going to get a little deep at 3 ball there because he wasn't quite where he wanted to be on it. But, if he had to do that, if he had to hang on to that, he'd have hung on to that one and given it a shot. But that would have been taxing right then. That was a little bit late into it. But we're going to move him on.
Yep. Looks like
take the old marker. Let's see what Seth's up against next. All right, he's going to get Robbie Alexander there. All right, so Stisher comes in. You got Alexander and Todd Johnson and Mark Brandt. We didn't put that one across. TJ won that one. So our last match of this round is Mike Morgan against Sam Ingram. So I don't know if you heard that in the background, but that's Sam Ingram is going first.
Sam's another one of our seasoned competitors. Been doing this a long time. Sam's from Maryland, and I've watched him, you know, what you can count on with Sam is he can, if the conditions are challenging, he's going to still bring his A game, and he's typically going to be in the mix. Now today, actually, it looks like the wind is almost completely settled. We got almost perfect conditions here, so he's going to have to bring his A game. He is riding a Denali ski from denaliskis.com. Looking good, 32 off, nice 4-ball. Yeah. Okay, we got Mike Morgan coming up. I mean, goodness gracious, what can you say about Mike Morgan? Ex-pro skier. I think we brought him out of, you know, this event.
He was the face of the original Big Dog shirt. He was a skier on there. You could tell it was him.
I do remember Mike. I want to say, now, Mike Dillinger and I, we've been participating in this for a long time, and I want to say the last time I saw Mike Morgan ski in this event is when he won the Big Dog in like 06 or 07.
I think he skied a few after that.
I could definitely be wrong. I know Mike was, one of the things that Mike was trying to do, he was trying to be the oldest skier, I believe. I think this is correct, Mike, to run 39 at 36 miles an hour. So Mike, you know, did the Big Dog for several years, and then he moved into open men and I watched him, and I'm not sure if he ever did knock that down. I know I saw him get a 6-ball, but I mean, just phenomenal skiing. But I watched him ski yesterday, and it's just, I think he ran 2 3s at 39. He looks the same. I mean, he knows how to compete. So he's going to bring it.
Yeah, this one's definitely going to get decided at 39. They're both going to get through 38. There's my prediction on this one. This is going to be a 3 or 4. Look at that. I'm calling it 2 passes early. 3 or 4, 39. I'm in a betting mood this weekend. Here comes Seth Rowe. Looking good out there. Hey, tell us about that 39. It was a great start. Just I know you wanted to have a peek at it.
Yeah, I wanted to have a peek to see if I could get a start and get a one ball. To be honest, I think I was okay at 3. I was gonna have to take a hit though, and I didn't want to take a hit at 3, Mike. So I just kind of chose to let go of the handle. But I'll tell you what, 38. It's funny in like the head to head like that. It wasn't a great 38, and all I could think about is not overdoing and just managing, just a little bit more, get to the next, a little bit more, get to the next.
Well, I made that comment when you were running that 38. I mean, I thought it was really good, but I did see a little bit of course management out there, and you are very good at that. So that does need to be part of your game, and looks like you have figured that part of it out. And I like the way you took that 39. I mean, you went for it, and then you decided to pull up. There's no need to press right now.
Well, let's don't give too much credit. I'm not saying I was running the thing, but I think I could have turned 3 and held on, but I don't know that it was worth the sacrifice. But it was good to feel it out. And honestly, when I was sitting at the end and I saw Kevin miss 38, I remembered Robbie Alexander is the next guy I have, and he ran 4 at 39 just a minute ago. I was like, well, I better go check this out a little bit. So hopefully that was good practice and didn't beat me up.
Well, great skiing, and we look forward to seeing you in the next round. Is there any strategy change? I think you're going to be starting at 35 off.
No strategy, just keep it rolling. I feel like the wind died out a little bit. I was preparing for it at 38 and got a little slow. I don't think there was a tailwind off the dock like there was an hour ago. So I just say we go out and give her hell.
That's it. Well,
Thanks,
great
guys.
skiing, and we'll see you in the Elite 8.
Appreciate it.
I will let you know that Robbie at 4 ball probably could have turned it 2. So you better.
I don't doubt it.
Okay, while we were getting some words from Mr. Seth Stitcher there, we went through our warm-up passes. Sam Ingram, I mean, Sam obviously to me in this matchup would be considered the underdog, but Sam, I mean, he can surprise you. Mike Morgan, I mean, yeah.
Mike looked really solid yesterday in both of his 3 at 39s. The first one, he just rushed the 3-ball turn, or I think he runs 39. He had a great 1 and 2, and Regina was sitting right here, just going, if he's just patient right there, he's out. He runs that because he turned inside the arc just a hair too soon.
Okay, here we go. Sam, apparently, let's see. I don't know if Sam, I'm sure Mike Morgan, I assume, was a higher seed there, so he elected to go second. Oh, a tough 1 ball.
Now
what a 2. How did he get out of that?
The real
He's
Sam.
Still in it. Look at this 4. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, no.
He has to finally settle for 5. Mike. Mr. Dillinger, how did he get 5 buoys out of that?
Well, that's the Sam Ingram that we all know and love. He's going to get nasty with it when something goes wrong, and the 1 ball went wrong. So he hammered 2. I really thought he was going to finish that up after he hit 4 balls as hard as he did, but he just, obviously we can't see it from here, but he must have been too far down course to make a 5 ball happen. And being a righty, that's his offside, so hard for him to hammer on the 135 side. So we'll see here. I would venture to say that's I'm not going out on too much of a limb, but I think Sam's day's over. So
okay, you heard it there from Mike Dillinger. His prediction is Mr. Morgan is going to run this.
And I've been right all day. Been calling this. I'll tell you that right now.
Now, I do want you to know that 2 ball on Sam Ingram. Sam deadlifts at his age 365 pounds every day. I mean, that ain't he water skis. So it's just not. It just doesn't happen. So here we go. 38 off. Mike Morgan. Oh, that's an awesome 1. Oh, he hooks
2.
up out of 2. Oh, a little bit deep at 3.
But I don't see a problem here.
Oh, what? Oh my, he blows up.
Did he get around that 5? I do not. Oh, they went chasing after
I
him.
hope
He might have
did
gone
not
into
go
the
out
shore.
front.
Well,
so the boat is checking him. That was he got super deep at 5. His posture and position on the ski allowed him to take that load.
Well, we can't see him over there, but they're stopped the boat and getting him in it. I don't know if he ended up on shore there.
I sure hope not. I did not. I thought I saw him.
And we're
I
not
think
sure
he
whether
might have
got a
went for
piece
the
of
quarter there is what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
And that can get ugly with that type of load and speed. I will say, thank goodness we have soft buoys, the buoys of today versus the buoys of yesterday. It does make a big difference.
Although it doesn't help if the shoreline is what you impact, and that might be where he is.
That was, I mean,
yeah.
Did you see the load on that 5-ball, Mike?
Well, and the edge change becomes an airborne edge change into the buoy. Hard to say. That's going to be checking the video to see if he was still holding the handle and outside that buoy line to get a quarter. And we got confirmed 5, so that means that's a tie, and tie goes to the first guy. That's that quarter buoy advantage. So Sam Ingram has survived to ski another round when it looked from the beginning there that Morgan was going to take him out.
It looks like what I'm
All right, so that
here,
wraps up that
Sam Ingram is going to get
brackets.
Sam Ingram is going to get the what I consider, great skiing, Sam, but I think he's going to get the upset. And what's interesting about that is that Mike actually elected to go second there. So unfortunately, it doesn't look like his strategy paid off, and that just shows you again the value. I don't know if value is the right word, but how it can play out in these head-to-head tournaments.
So Sam Ingram is going to be taking on Todd Johnson in that bracket.
So here we go. Okay, so we're down to our Elite 8. Here's our matchup. We got Marlon Russell against Jeff Dixon, Michigan, Florida, Robbie Alexander. Okay, so going back over the Elite Eight, Barton Rockwell, Kepcha, Robbie Alexander, Seth Stisher, Noah Veek, Casey Contos, that could be into 41, and Todd Johnson, Sam Ingram. Lots of stuff happened there. Lots of upsets, injury protocols. Yeah, you would have never predicted that as the Elite Eight. That would be like, predicting the Final Four for the 64 teams in the NCAA tournament. Next to impossible. So we're down to our Elite Eight. We do have a couple of minutes here. It looks like the drivers are going to take a 5-minute break. In the meantime, I'd like to again thank our sponsors: Good Water Skis, Radar Skis, and Masterline. So the tournament season obviously is winding down. I think there are some events. The Miami Pros coming up. I'm sure that's going to be webcast. Let's see. The La Pointes are having a tournament down in Florida. And I think there's a tournament here, not here, but in this vicinity, maybe the second week in November. But a lot of people are going to go home from here. A lot of people are going to go home from here. TC, is there any more skiing in Michigan? TC Baker out of Michigan. I asked him if is there any more skiing, water skiing. He said it is done. Okay, so they do have a short season. He says he's going into snow ski mode. I know he's got a family, so I'm sure that's a weekend thing. I'd like to thank our host here, Swiss Water Ski Resort, Clint. As Clint's pretty much been with us since day one. We love this venue. We had a great time last night at the banquet right here on site. We do a happy hour and a catered banquet. We have medals. We have the top. We have custom medals that Bart had custom made from Mark Bazinski at liquidcut.com. They're laser cut, 55K West shootout, sort of. They're about 5-6 pounds each. I mean, they are pretty nice. I'd like to thank all our officials. I'd like to thank Jeff Swain from coming all the way from Lake 38, and I believe he has migrated to Sarasota, Florida. So a little bit better commute there, I think. Bart's down there washing his ski right here between rounds. Okay, the boats are firing back up. We got Jeff Gilbert and Keith Albritton and Jim Powers. Jim Powers has been driving some this weekend, and you got to be prepared for everything. So Jim's been driving some. He did some of the head-to-head in the preliminary rounds. Jeff Gilbert, Little Mountain, North Carolina. Keith Albritton, Lake 38. Two brand new ski nautiques. I mean, we all know the situation with that. That's a big deal. And then we got David Skirvin here as our TC that has equipped these boats with boat video, all the technology that we need to run this event. That's a tall order. Like I said, if you ever want to come to a place and hang out, I mean, Swiss Water Ski Resort, I'm within 5 minutes of 25 villas we had some friends stay in them, and they're like top notch, very nice. So contact Swiss Water Ski Resort.
All right, so we got a little break here. It's just going to be a few minutes more. Clint Stadelbauer went out there and changed the buoy out. Not sure what was wrong out there, but they fixed it. A little high. There you go. We want them low. I want them low. Low and yielding. Low. A little bit visible. I just got to see it. That's it. Wear orange shorts and an orange vest. All gets lost. There used to be a pair of shorts, and I don't know who would wear them, but they were that same exact orange. And I think that was Greg's son who used to wear those things.
I do think it'd be a little better to start the earlier rounds at 35 or something, just for and also I think for the audience, Yeah. People don't want to see a warm-up. Went down at 6 and 38. Soccer hooligan in my hotel all night. Oh no! No shit. Because usually that's
All right, so we're going to get cranked up here. Looks like the boat's fired up. They'll run a pass. And we got Barton Rockwall going against Jeff Kepcha in the first match. Kepcha beat Blakely when he went down at 2.5. Barton got the reprieve from loss when Darren Montgomery didn't ski due to the back injury. So. Okay, so now we got some movement here. Boat's going to run down and back. Got a point there.
No, I mean, I know the rules are the rules, but just to get an example.
All right, so it looks like Barton is going out first. So he's going to have that quarter buoy advantage. And then you got Jeff Kepcha coming out second.
Okay, this is we got our Elite Eight, as Michael Dillinger mentioned. Barton Rockwell, Jeff Kepcha. both two guys that are typically mid 39, and they're in the Elite Eight. And so just remember that when you're watching, you see the scores, sometimes they're a little bit lower than you would anticipate, the pressure of the event, the money, the injuries, the conditions, all those play a factor. And we're amateurs. We're not pros.
All right. 35 off start this round. So getting into the action pretty quick. Not quite as leisurely a start as you'd see in the last round, but nothing he can't handle.
Well, that was a pretty good 5-ball because that 1-ball was not that good, Mike.
No, and, that's the 35 start. You need to be aggressive. It's not as easy as the 32, obviously. It's a little step up. So you do got to put energy in it right away to get ahead. I mean, you're normally fairly aggressive at the start of 35. That's when you're starting to work it. You're really starting to feel how the ski is moving. And he didn't. He had to get on it a little bit down course there.
I will say, obviously, Bart's a good friend of mine, and I've watched him ski a lot. He is another one with pretty good course management skills. Okay, who do we have?
Jeff Kepsha.
Jeff's on a good 99.70, pretty much a traditional shape. Gets a pretty good 1 out of 2. Pretty good 3. Looks like he's cruising this pass pretty easily. Has a leaner on at 5 a little bit, and he's out the gates. Even with your shoes on.
Well, he's got the lines on him.
You guys turn off the
Do not a Christmas
Trophy we typically do.
You do?
Trophy we typically do. It's got 20% out.
So it's one of those things that was just kind of how much difference does it really make?
6-1, Mike. We're on a second.
All right, so here we go. We got Barton coming back in. This is 38 off, so we're really getting into it. We got a little bit of a headwind down there. It looks pretty flat down here, but there's definitely a little breeze at the far end there. I can see it on the water.
Pretty good 1. Bangs 2. Oh, long in the 3.
Yeah,
he's in trouble. Big trouble. I don't know. 4. He lays. Oh, looks like an unofficial. Did he get 5?
I don't
Mike?
think he got outside of 5-ball. Got 4 on him.
We'll have to wait for the judge's call on that. I don't not think he got around 5.
You say 1 looked okay, but it really looked a little casual to me, and that's not putting the effort into it. Well, yeah, he had a tight line, but he did not have the angle coming out. He didn't have the angle coming out of 1 that you need at 38. He looked like, okay, I'm still warming up, and that's not a warm-up pass. That's 38 off, and, you do a little mistake, and that's what you get. So he's trying to make up for it the whole way down, and he never really got
just
a good hard turn to get him back in a groove on that one.
Maybe just not enough leverage out of one. You could sort of see it. He was stretched just a little bit.
So now we got to see if Jeff hadn't run 38 this weekend, but he's normally pretty solid at 38. So I know he's a little down on himself for that, and he's planning on running 38 here. So and Jeff's a lefty, so I'm gonna go out on a limb. I think Jeff's about to move on.
Okay, yeah, you heard it from
he's going to hammer
from Michael
1 and 3 ball, and he's going to get out.
This is going to be interesting because he's not going to. He is not going to settle. Oh, he's down in the water on 1. Nothing at 2.
Oh no! Hammer 3. He's done. I was going to pick him on that one. All right, Jeff, you made me miss a final bet. I haven't missed one all day. I've called all of them correctly, and Jeff blew it on me. But same thing. He did not. It looked like he drifted back on that gate. He did not have as aggressive a gate as he needed, and lost his width right from the beginning. And the only way you can make up for that is you got to do a hard one. He's got to hook in and hang on to get out and up on the boat at 2, and he did not. So that will let Barton roll right on through. Mulligan boy is rocking and rolling.
He's doing pretty well.
That is Barton's new name is Mulligan boy.
Point out now, everybody, we've had some injuries, and Bart is, the primary person on our organizing committee, and the reason why he was inserted back into the field after losing this Sweet 16 is because our rules clearly state on 55kwest.com if there's an injury during the head-to-head, the skier with the best non-winning score will advance. And we actually had a tie there, and our rules actually covered that. And it says you go to the second round qualification score, and Bart had a 5 versus a 4. So that is the reason why he was able to advance, and now back in it in the Final 4.
All right, so Casey Contos, that was him running his opener here. 35 off in the Elite 8. Beautiful opener. It's looking good. This is a match I'm excited to see right here. I got a feeling this one is going to go deep because Noah's coming up next. He's skiing great this weekend. Casey is a little upset with himself for not running a 39 yet. I know he's Eager Beaver wants to get through it, and I think this one's going to go deep 39 and possibly both of them into 41. So we'll see here. This is going to be a good match.
And they're both from the same ski lake, I understand. So they have trained together. They're not that different in age. So they know each other very well. And like I said, Casey has not knocked down 39 this weekend, which he typically, he's typically one of your guys that's going to run 5 at 39, 1 at 41, 1.5 at 41.
And we just found out from Casey's dad that both of their dads ski together. So that's kind of cool at the home lake. So here goes Noah.
Now watch this guy's style.
He's on a good.
Very tall and erect at the gate. Super connected and upright. Wow. Skis through the transition, gets to his front foot. Got a very strong style. I believe Noah's one of those guys that skis 34 and 36, being as young as he is and as good as he is. I believe he still skis a lot of 36.
small videography business before I retired, so I had the gear, and I just some of the stuff I kept. It's like at Keith's tournaments at Lake 38, I would just kind of.
You'll like it. All right, so here we go. We got Casey coming back in. This is 38 off. This is his second pass. So let's see how he looks here.
Oh, down in the water. Little slow too. Tip rise. Oh, down in the water. 3-ball.
Oh, he's back on it now. One more crank and out the gates at 38. Well, wasn't as pretty as his first couple of rounds at it, but he survived a little scare there.
What do you think? What do you think was going on there, Mike? At 1 and 3, there a little bit of a hitch there going on.
Yeah, I think the 1-ball got him. This, when you jump in at 35, and you're not used to jumping in at 35, you got to bring the intensity a lot quicker and a lot sooner. So that may have helped him by a little bit of a struggle there, because now he had to get on it. 3, 4, 5, and 6. He had to get on it, so now he's like ready to attack at 39. I think he'll bring the intensity, but he did not have. To me, it didn't look like he was just taking a little bit of a lazy start on it, just because thinking it's a second pass. But you got to get past that and go intense right away, because it's 38. It's time to get down to business.
Now Casey is on a radar ski, one of our sponsors. You can talk to him about setup and all that stuff.
So Noah's coming in. Once again, that's 38.
Okay, 38 off, slight headwind. Got a very erect style. Oh, a little slow too. Oh, about on the tail at 3. But he's making it up. Oh, he settles at 5 and just gets a little bit, just brings the power through from 5 to 6. Did you see that, Mike?
Yeah, and I don't know whether, you were saying he's a little on the tail there. I think he was just kind of making sure he didn't screw that up. Making sure he doesn't bite off more than he needs to. Coming in this way, he had a nice headwind, and looked to me like he was just being conservative and careful just to not mess that up. There was never
no doubt
in my mind that he was going to run that. That was a.
I agree. Yeah, because the time he got to 6-ball, he was good. He was good. So here we go, 39 off for both our skiers. We do have a slight tail. I don't think we're going to see any settling on this pass. Casey's thinking right now. It's interesting that Noah was the higher seed.
And this is why this end is a tough end to start from. You've got a little bit of movement in the water here, and you really got to work the gate and get the right pull out. So let's see if 39. We can manage it.
Casey Contos. Looks like a good gate move. That's a pretty good one. Oh, I don't know. He's going to need a big 3-ball. I don't know. Did he get... Oh... Does not look like he was able to hold on to that. Do you think he got around 4?
I think he did. I think it's 3.5, and we're hearing from the judges 3.5. So we're looking. He's going to need a full 4, and that's why he went second, because that's when you get the half, makes a huge difference. If he can get just a good hard 3, he can pull all the way to 4. He doesn't have to turn it, so he knows that this is where that advantage comes to play. If Casey had hung on and got that full 4, then it changes it. He knows he's got to get a good hard 4, because he's going to have to get to 5. There's no taking it easy at a buoy to get the next one at 39. So
he ends up going second. So he's got to beat him. And you're saying he probably went with that strategy because He wants to know what he's got to do.
Yep. And I think I'd go with my all my betting instincts and say 75% chance Noah takes him out.
Okay, here comes Noah Veek, Jeff Gilbert at the wheel.
Maybe 85. Mark says maybe 85.
It's a pretty strong pullout. Very wrecked. Very great. I mean, that's a good gate move. That's a very good one. Oh, he bangs 2.
And
little high handle at 3.
Oh!
That's it.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Oh, my. Oh, my. What happened there, Mike?
Well, I tell you, he got slow in the beginning, and you think you can just S-turn that, but the problem is that he was so late and it was so narrow at that point. The ski shot back underneath him for the half and forced him to hang on to it, and that was all she wrote. I mean, you try to throw it out there and get an S-turn, but the problem is throwing it out that far. The only thing the ski can do is come back underneath.
What was your prediction on that, Mike?
I think it was too far, and it just shot back underneath his legs to give him the half, and then he's up and ski's gone.
So your prediction, I believe, Mr. Dillinger, was like 85%.
No, that was his. I said 75%. Mark said probably higher. I don't know. He's going to run it. But anyway.
Okay, so, I mean, I believe that's the first time. Is that the first time Noah has missed 39 this weekend?
Oh, that is. So Casey is living right. And
so Noah,
we're going to write Casey Contos in there for
Noah,
moving on.
Noah, our young gun top.
All right, we're going to update us here.
All right, we're going to update the board.
Gets basically, I can't say it any other way.
Slight underdog, I would say Casey was going into that. Noah has looked so good at 39. But we are moving on. Casey Contos.
While you play the game.
Into the next round. So he's going to get the winner of Todd Johnson and Ingram. And we've got Seth Stisher coming out first on this next match, going against Robbie Alexander. This should be pretty good. They both had cracks at 39 in the last round. And Robbie ran 4 at his crack. Seth ran 2.5, but he just didn't hang on to it. I think Seth could have hung on to the
But if you were in a straight up,
knew he was going to ski again.
If we were in a straight up tournament, I would have, went with exactly what Mike Dillinger said there, 80% chance that he would win that. But that's why we play the game. The head-to-head format is always surprising you. Seth Stisher, 35 off. Seth's looking pretty good. He's got a great style.
No, my secretary's at my office. One of the girls, she's an agent. Yeah, AT&T, our internet and wireless got knocked out on Friday. Dumbass trucker drove in the parking lot and shouldn't have. Close, man.
Okay, Sam Ingram, coming up. Big upset against, like I said, I don't want to take anything away from anybody, because anything, as we know, can happen in this game. That's why we enjoy it. That's why we do it.
All right, so here comes Robbie.
Oh, I had that wrong. Please.
This is a Connolly against a LaPointe. Robbie looked pretty good last round. So let's see what he has got.
Pretty pretty good one. Oh, a nice 2. He's got very good rope control. See the line? Very tight. There's no hiccup there with the rope. That's very important. No, it was in the refrigerator. I brought it over about an hour ago. It's okay.
Just using the sun as your microwave. I tried John's codone pill. I'm not sure whether that did it. He gave me 2 of them. I'm not. That's another good thing about the mature tournaments is you can usually find the good Advil, the good stuff for your back and aches and pains. All right, here we come. We're coming back in at 38.
Seth Stitcher, Charleston, South Carolina. Gets a pretty good one. Oh, deep at 2. He settles at 3. Management at 4. And that was just, he got a little deep there, Mike, at 2, and it was just like course management from there.
A little deep, but then 3 and 4, he straightened it out. Didn't try to fix it all at one like we talk about. He just straightened it out. By the time he came off of 4, he was right back where he needed to be. And all done.
So obviously most people know how the head-to-head format works as far as the timing in between passes. They use the timer, the first beep, second beep. Everybody's getting the same amount of wait time. This is a competition. And, we try to make it as fair as possible for everyone. We've got SurePath, both boats. We've got boat video, both boats. We've got the best judges right here. Everything's set up perfect. Beautiful sight. What a day in sunny Florida.
So Robbie's pulling out for 38. Team LaPointe right here. Let's see what he's got.
Good one. Little slow, too.
Oh, baby.
Oh, he gets a good 3, but a little stagger. 4, a little bit of stagger. He's going to need a big 5. I don't know. Oh, wow. That was some savvy.
Hangs on to it out the gates. We'll take it.
I'm just really seeing a lot of patience with these guys. I need to study this or something. It's just don't do it all at one buoy.
Setting down. No trash talking out of Robbie over there. English being his second language, maybe he can't give Seth enough garbage.
Well, Seth is a newlywed, so I guess Seth is a newlywed, so I think he might be on his best behavior.
Well, that could be it. His kid's here as well.
Beautiful new wife, Megan.
But he lives in Greece, so I don't know. He probably speaks other.
Sorry, Megan.
Yeah. Hey, look, he sounds foreign. That's all I know. He's got a different word for everything. Yeah. I should probably. We speak the guttural over here.
Okay, here we go. 39.
All right, so here comes Seth. We got 39.
Seth's got here a little bit of chatter out of him. He's trying to fire himself up for this.
Pumping up.
He's got to bring it. Good, powerful one. Oh, that's a pretty solid one.
Really good one.
Come on.
Good. Come on.
He's going to settle at 4, I think.
And he's going to get 4. So Robbie ran 4 when he came down, but I tell you, this end is tougher. This end is a tougher start, so that's a fantastic score from this end at 39.
You know, I trained with Seth, and I really saw he was in attack mode at 1 there, trying to set the pace. What do you think?
Yeah, you could hear him coming up out of the water. He was kind of giving himself a little pep talk yell. And we got 4. We got 4 confirmed for Seth. So Robbie's got to step it up here. He's got to run a PB of the week for him. He ran 4 last time, but he had just a slight headwind the last time. And now he has the tougher end to start from. So this is a tall order here.
But he's been skiing well all weekend, so I think he is very capable. He is behind the red and gray boat driven by, I believe, Jeff Gilbert. Jeff has pulled a lot of records. Here we go. 39, slight tail. Pretty good one. He's out of 2. I don't know. Oh, he goes for it. He has to go for it there. What do you think, Mike?
Yeah, he had to hammer 3 with that loose line at 2. It just took him in a little bit more direct path at 3. And he's a tall guy, so he got outside of it. But, you know, when you hook one up right there, I don't know that he was going to get the 5. If he hangs on to that, he probably gets the 4. But turning it to get to 5 would have been awful tall order. So Seth's moving on. Long story short, but pretty respectable skiing, Robbie, all weekend. Now he wishes he cranked that 4-ball in the last tournament and ran that 39. What do you think, Mark? He was probably saving himself, and now he's thinking, man, I shouldn't have saved it. Should have just ran that. So Seth moving on. He's going to go against Bart in the next round. I believe Bart's, I don't know. If I had to call that one, I think Seth is just starting to come on fire. I believe, yeah, I think I'm feeling that the Cinderella story with the Mulligan boy is just about over. If you were a betting man, where would you put your money?
Well, I'm already 0 for 1.
No, it's double or nothing. That's when you throw extra at it.
I would agree.
All right. Well, the consensus, the smart money up here in the booth is on Stisher. So pull it up in Vegas. Let's see what we got. Let's see if we can make a bet. We get something. It's like a Kentucky Derby. All right, so we got Todd Johnson and Sam Ingram right here. Todd almost always goes out first, so I wouldn't think any different. And he's in the water. All right, so here comes Todd. Once again, we're starting at 35 off this round. Looks like Todd has applied a fresh coat of sunscreen on his face because he looks a little ghostly as he came by there. I didn't see that the first round. He looks like he's got a little that Florida sunshine getting to that Canadian. No, he's a Canadian in name only. He's a Houston. Nobody lives full time in Canada and skis like that. Canada.
Even Miller has a place in the state.
That's right. Canada, it's a nice place to visit, but not in winter. For water skiing, anyway.
Okay, Sam's got his work cut out for him here. You know, Todd is one of the. I consider Todd Johnson one of the best 34-mile-an-hour skiers. Pretty much the last 2 decades. I mean, it's just that simple. He's been in these events.
Here we go, Sam Ingram.
Lots and lots of Final Four finishes.
Sam's
lots
on
of
a
second.
Denali.
Here we go. 35 off. Sam's looking pretty good here. Oh, I love that 4-ball. Just really set the direction. Great opener, Sam.
We're getting some French instruction over here.
Lake 2 is Clint's over there, the owner of the Swiss Water Ski Resort. He's over there driving the boat, coaching. You know, does a great job.
Too. Very good driver.
Yeah.
Him last week.
Okay, so both our skiers have got negotiated 35 off start. And who do we have here?
All right, Todd Johnson coming back in, 38.
I love his 2-ball.
Nice and smooth.
Oh, a little to the tail. Oh. What?
Hammers 4-ball.
Oh, how did he hang on to that?
Just really used his legs, compressed, and kept everything tight. So,
I mean, I think that was like 90 degrees. Was that 90 degrees, Mike?
It's got to be close. He held on to it, though. He had the slow 3-ball, got a little on the tail there in the early part of that pass, so he had to make up somewhere along the line. And
his arms may be a little bit longer right now.
You usually take a few buoys to make that all back, and that's one of those. He did it on one.
Okay, Sam has run this, I believe, this weekend. Very capable, but he's going to have to bring it. The wind has pretty much died, which is Sam would probably prefer a little bit of a headwind. But here we go. We got Sam Ingram in the red and gray boat with Jeff Gilbert. Okay, here we go. 38 off. He pulls out for his gate. Pretty good one. Oh, he's in it big. He's in it big. This is a good 38 for Sam. Wow. Look at that. He brings it.
Very nice.
I mean, that was pretty good, bro. What do you think? That was a nice pass.
He runs it a lot of different ways. He sometimes doesn't have to be the most stylish, but you notice the rope was tight the whole way through on that, so he was never really in jeopardy on that pass at all.
I agree. I think the difference in that pass and what I've seen, I mean, he had the rope control working for him. He had a great start, great one. He set the pace with a 1-2 combination and just stayed with it. Okay, that sets us up for 39 off, 39 and a half off. Todd Johnson's first. He takes the quarter buoy advantage. Second skier will have to beat the score. We've had some ties actually in this Elite Eight, and the first skier advances in that scenario. Okay, Todd Johnson, 39. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that is a huge error. And I got to tell you, when you do a half a buoy, the guy in front of you does a half, you're just sitting down in the water licking your chops. This is I'm giving Sam 99% chance of moving on, because it's ever been at
skiers of all time. Just gives a gift opportunity to Sam Ingram.
Sam's down there going, run the boat. I'm ready now. I don't need the two beeps. Go, go, go before they figure out something was wrong. And wow, that's a huge gift. But Sam has skied really consistent all week, and
brings his A game right here at the end of the tournament.
He's skiing well, and he's going to move on. There's, just a good hard long pull to one ball and S turn it, and he's moving on. We'll see here.
Go ahead and call it.
Sure, he doesn't do it. Prove me right, Sam. There you go. Nice little S turn and in. That's almost, you almost want to call that 100%. He's not going to miss that.
Was that you called that. There was just like no question.
Yeah.
Okay, so there you go. Sam Ingram into the Final Four.
All right.
So call out our matchups.
All right. Well, our Final Four is set. All right. So Final Four. Todd goes down. Definitely underdog win there. Sam Ingram takes out Johnson. So Sam and Casey Kontos are going. And the first match will be Seth Stisher against Barton Rockwall. Probably the way Seth looked, I would give him the nod for what's going on. And we'll just see how it plays out. If y'all like to hear my guesses, I like to guess. I'm gonna call Casey Kontos and Seth Stisher our final if I had to guess on them. It's the way people look.
Well, Mike, we've been pretty nice to you all weekend. I will say your predictions have been good, but I would not necessarily say well. And look at, like I said, we talked about it all. We talked about the head-to-head format. Like I said, who would have predicted this would be our Final Four? That it would not be predicted. Here we are, and we've got four great skiers. They're in this thing for the long haul. So now we're in it for the long haul. What do you think about the fatigue factor kicking in about right now?
I think the 35 off start helps, of what's left here. Seth looked the best. You just have to look at that and what they look. Seth looked the best and more in control.
Seth
and Casey
to go first.
Look like they're in control.
We're at 35
this is
off.
Seth against Barton. 35 off starts.
Pretty strong one. Looking good.
Seth he looks more like the way he normally skis than the rest of them. He looks fresh. Barton is looking a little tired on his last set, and that may do him in.
Well, I do know that Bart has skied a lot since Wednesday when we got here. Excuse me, Thursday. So he skied 3 sets Thursday, 2 sets Friday, 2 sets yesterday, and I don't know, he's on like his 4th set today.
Well, that's just too many. That's just stupid.
I mean, how can you do that?
He's probably dialing something in to ski a couple sets on
He's coming
Friday.
from that Michigan cold water, and he's playing with his fin. He's trying to crack the code, you know.
Well, let's see if he's got a surprise for us.
But he's been skiing great today. 35 off start. Jeff Gilbert. I mean, yes. Keith Albritton. I mean, come on. These guys are awesome. Ski Nautique boats. He's out of 2 pretty good. Little high handle at 3, but nothing significant. Little safety at 5, but yeah, very manageable. I'm going to go ahead and make a prediction here. And that is, I think both these guys are definitely going to take it into 39. That's what we came to see. That's what we want to see. So I think both of them are going to bring it into 39. And Seth, and we could see some big scores. Okay, we've got both our skiers sitting in the hole. First beep, second beep. Here we go. 38 off, Seth Stisher, Charleston, South Carolina. Here we go. Gets a solid 1. Manageable 2. Pretty good 3. Little slow 4. And he just lays on it at 5. I mean, just very, as you said, Mr. Dillinger, just very, very balanced on the ski.
That looked like a typical Seth 38. Nice and controlled. He doesn't look tired. And that's the way you want to be at this point.
No need to do more than you got to do. I wonder if there could be some trash talking on the end of the lake here. These guys know each other pretty well.
I would bet. You need that boat camera. Check them out.
The wind is pretty much settled. 38 off. Barton Rockwell. Oh, stuffs it a little bit at 1. Slow 2. Long into 3. And that is it. Oh, my.
Seth's moving on. I don't think he'll touch 39. There's no sense in it. Needs to conserve that energy for the final. So he is going to get out of the water, I'm sure, and just go sit and rest. Keep as much energy as he can for the next one. We got Casey Contos coming up next. Looks like Casey's going to go first, and then Sam Ingram.
So, will Seth try anything at 39 here? Nope. It looks like he is going to concede. Looks like Seth's going to save his energy.
So we are going to have new finalists because we don't think Seth has made the final 2 before, and now he's there. And Casey or Sam, we don't think of. They haven't made a final either. So
I believe Casey's been in the Final 4 before in our
Final
West
4,
event.
but not the. He hasn't won. I know he hadn't won one yet.
Yeah. So, and Seth has not been in the. I don't believe Seth has been in the Final 4.
No. Well, he's been in the final. I think he's been to the 4, but he hasn't won one, and I don't think he's made the final 2.
Yeah, that's correct. I believe that is correct.
So we're going to have a new champion. That's for sure.
I'm going to go on a limb here. Okay, Casey Contos. This is still a 35 off start. He just skied a couple of sets. He's just got a good style. I mean, he really gets the ski to rotate underneath the line. You can just see that. I mean, the ski setup looks really good. And he just gets the ski to rotate under the line and goes. Great connection.
Yeah, we're going to have a little bit of weight. 6 ball is underwater. So I think we're probably going to have to fix that and probably restart. Well, I used to have a setup on my boots that had a bolt sticking out of them, and I'd cut buoys all the time. So that might be it, or a buckle or something to pop it. But anyway, 6 ball's gone, so Clint is going to come do it. All right, so just a quick fix. Clint Stadelbauer, owner out here at Swiss, he does it all. Drives, look at him. He's out there fixing buoys with a smile on his face. So now we're ready to begin the Final Four. So we will bring Casey back in. I think they're going to run a quick simulation pass. Be ready to go. Oh, here comes Barton. Come on over here, Mulligan boy. Tell us how your day went. we did say that it looked like Seth was skiing about as good as he could ski this week, and we all get tired as you come down to 4 or 5 rounds, but man, he looked like he's fresh on day Thursday out there right now against you.
He's skiing great. He's a great skier, and it was good, poetic justice for him to come back and do that to me after the 35 plus world. So I'm actually, in some sense, I'm happy for him. It was very hard for me to do that many sets. I've never gone this deep into one of these head-to-heads. The West field is unbelievably hard. Obviously, the viewers and anybody that's on site knows that I got into a second, shot at it because Darren Montgomery, the #1 seed, pulled because he was injured. And the way our rules are set up, you don't just get a bye in this. You have to ski your way through. So you get replaced by the highest scoring loser in the previous round, and that ended up being me. And so, I got lucky with that. I was super lucky. I took advantage of it in the first pairing. And then, I get down to Seth, and it's just like, I'm running out of fuel, man.
Well, he's
and
definitely.
Seth is skiing like lights out, right?
And he looked, we were remarking that it's like, he doesn't look tired.
No, he looks great.
He is right on it and pumped up.
And I'll tell you what, he was in the top 8, I believe. Am I wrong with his seed? Am I correct on that? Was his seeding in the top 8?
Yeah.
So that 6th seed gives him 2 buys.
Yeah.
Right? And that's a lot. So I had 1 bye because I was 10th seed, but so he skied 1 less round than me. And 1 mulligan. And so that's a big difference. The other thing is, I think in these events, you sometimes energy conservation is more important than like optimizing your setup, for instance. So yeah. I opted to forego energy conservation and kept messing with my setup on Thursday and Friday, and I moved my fin 3 times, and I took 3 extra sets, and then we did the Thursday. Tournament. I skied the morning before that. Then we did the tournament. Then I did 2 extra sets messing with my fin, and you know what? That's a tactical choice that I made, a strategic decision. I thought, well, less energy but better setup. I don't know. Maybe more energy and worse setup is better.
Well, what you do then for the next time, let's say you get up here and you're going to present him with the medal. Make sure that you're wearing your world's medal just to kind of play with his head a little bit there. No. All right, here comes Casey back in, starting 35 off.
I would never do that with Seth, man. He's an unbelievable skier. I did get one at the Worlds, but to be honest with you, that's like one of those moments where you're like, whoosh, whoa, I can't believe I got away with that one, because he's an awesome skier. So he deserves to move on here, and
well, good job.
Good on him.
You skied well. You deserved it. You skied well, skied hard.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's even though Todd, Mike, and I are the organizers here, we're still out here fighting like crazy trying to. This is the 5th West event, and I was the creator of this with Mark Shaw. I've never gotten one of these liquid cut medals. Like, I want one of these medals, literally. And now I'm getting a medal, and I'm thinking, Yes, because I have to transport. They're so heavy. They're 1/4-inch thick steel, and it's cut with a water jet cutter. I have to transport these heavy metals down here, and I've never gotten one. You know, every event, and here I am now getting one. So that's cool. I'm pumped about that.
Give me some.
Well, thank you so much.
Good job, man.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so that was 35 off. Casey Contos took care of that. Now we got Sam Ingram coming in. Sam's on that Denali.
Oh, gets a pretty nice one. I think he's really in the rhythm of it. I mean, this is the best I've seen him look all weekend by far. He's in attack mode. He's bringing it. We paid for it. Got 5 trophies.
All right, so the wind has disappeared. There's really not much out there. A little puff here and there. Nothing really to concern with, but you can see it gets the water's so high here since we had the hurricane go through and Orlando area took on a bunch of water. Not quite as much wind as down south, but we really got inundated with water. So it's a little high. It's a little rolly, a little tougher conditions. You almost want to see a little bit of wind on it, but it's the same for both of them. So competition's where it's at. So let's see. 38 off coming in for Casey.
Casey, 38. Little slow one. Oh, that was a great 2. Little dip there at 3.
There you go. Now he's back on the line.
He's looking in like he's in. Oh, 5. The dip comes out a little bit. What's going on there, Mike?
Well, I don't think anything major. He got a little narrow. You know, Mark saw him get narrow there as he was going towards 3. He rode the tail of the ski out of 2 ball just a little bit. That caused him to be a little narrow, but he hammered 3 and hung on to it, and that got him right back on the line. By the time he came out of 4 going to 5, he was, I wouldn't say he was on the perfect line at that point, but he was back in control of it. He wasn't, once he took the buoy, took the line off of 4 ball, that pass was over.
So we watched Sam negotiate 38 off previously. It's not an automatic for Sam by no means. What do you think? What do you think, Mike? You think he's got it in him?
I think Sam's going to run this. Sam is a scrapper. He's in great shape. Drives a Subaru everywhere all year long to go ski somewhere.
I mean, you got just we have to bring that up.
If there was a land bridge,
he gets the Icon Pass. You got the Icon.
If there was a land bridge down to South America from Florida, he'd be on it with the Subaru to go ski down there.
He went to 17 resorts last year and stayed at night in his Subaru with a propane gas tank.
Oh, he's
a rocket scientist. I will say he's a rocket. His
there
career
goes,
is rocket
38.
science.
Good one. Nice 2. Hang on, got a little forward out of that. There, he put a little extra over to 5. Oh!
And he just ran out of gas on that 5 ball. I don't know.
All right, that is sending Casey into the finals. Sam's got to be pretty happy with that. I think that's the highest finish that he's had in one of these as well. So, you know, that was really good skiing all week for him. And he just got stuck a little bit on the front coming out of 3 ball. Caused him to be a little slow. Caught up to him at the end.
Okay, so we've got our final pairing. We've got our final pairing. We've got Radar versus Conley in the final pairing. So our final 4 was Barton Rockwell, Seth Stisher, Casey Contos, Sam Ingram. Our Elite 8 was Sam Ingram, Johnson, Contos, Veek, Stisher, Alexander, Kepcha, Rockwell.
Okay, so we're going to do the runoff for third and fourth first. So Barton's going to get back on the water.
At
so
38
he thought
off.
he was done and tired, and he's got another set in him. So Barton's going back out.
I believe we mandate
Sam.
38 off start on this per our rules. West.55kwest.com. You can look at our rules. We run this as a 4L max, but you may ski six times. I think it's the way it can play. You could.
38 off a dock.
And this is the reason why we do this runoff is not just the medals, but for the payout. So we have we do have a payout, so we've got to settle that. And depending at who's at the dock, I just like one of our seasoned competitors in these 34-mile-an-hour events who's won these events many times. That just reminds me of being in this scenario and seeing how you come in, you don't make the final two, and he's waving you on to go next. Could you guess who that is, Mr. Dillinger? So what I was just laying out, so you're in the final four, and the guy that lost also, you got to play out to see who gets third, and somebody's waiting on the dock to go up against, and he gets to pick first.
Him out because you're tired. You just came
First,
off.
he gets to pick. He's picking first or second. In that scenario, he was the higher seed. So, could you guess who that would be? He's won a lot of events. Always in the mix. Final four.
Who, the Uncas? What's that? Oh, man. Yeah, Uncas. Uncas Favre.
Okay.
Big Ben. Uncas, great warrior. That's Uncas Favre. Ben is in the process of moving to Louisiana.
So one of our veteran skiers. Sorry, Ben. You're a long-standing 34-mile-an-hour champion. Not here this weekend. Unusual. I think Ben is in the process of moving to Louisiana. We miss you. So hopefully you will come back and participate. As we wind down to our final pulls here, thank you for your participation in the event.
Well, that's exactly how.
Okay, to settle our third place prize money and medal.
This is off the dock
placement.
at 38.
38,
so 38.
Off, Bart.
Good 2-ball.
Oh,
Whoa,
deep
big
at 3. I don't know.
But he held on
deep at
to it.
4. Oh, he's down in the water.
4.5 is the score for Barton. Predictions?
I really don't want to make any, but
No, it's not. He either runs it or he doesn't. I think you're right. I think Sam gets 5. Sam is going to scrap it.
I think Sam will run it.
Yeah.
I think that Sam will run it, come back at 39. Is he allowed to come back at 39? 2.5.
Oh, yeah, sure.
You don't sleep in your car all those nights without being tough, you know. That's like, I really want this.
It's 38. And it looks pretty calm, settled here at the gate. I'm not seeing the bump. He's going to like that. Second beep, go now. It's nice and clean and clear.
So as our rules state, you come out at 38 off, no matter what.
Sam Ingram.
This was we were blown out.
Battle
The
for
top
third
scores
place.
were,
It's coming out
into
38 off.
off or whatever. You still have to come out at 38 off to settle third place.
Oh, and right on the
there.
front. Oh, and Barton is coming home with
just no
third.
gas there. I could just see it. I mean, just runs out of gas on one ball. Okay, so we're going to fill it in. It looks like we got our third and fourth place decided.
My prediction went south on that one. Well, congrats to Bart. Toughs it out, gets third. Yeah, that's excellent.
Okay, so there we go. Third and fourth is settled. Now we just got to settle the final.
So Barton got a nice water jet cut trophy, and Sam's going to get one too.
I do want to make
Good
a
job.
note. I'm sorry to belabor the scenario, but Stisher or Contos, neither have run 39 this weekend, and they are in the final 4. So, yes, the field was, you would not. I mean, if I had to come into this, I could have made my predictions 1, 2, 3, 4, and it would have not have played out that way. So that's why we play the game. That's why we are here. Fun competition.
Oh my God, another Alabama person. Got to talk about that. They're both from Alabama.
Well, I guess we got.
Why did all the Tennessee people, are they still hungover and drunk from celebrating, whooping up on Alabama yesterday?
That was
Oh, that was it.
I'm so beat up.
Yeah. So Barton Rockwell gets third place. Sam ends up fourth. Now we're into our final 2. Seth Stisher, Casey Contos. Neither one have run 39 all weekend. I've got
All right,
Bart
so
here
Seth
for a quick
is coming
word.
in first.
Bart, what a phenomenal finish coming out of the pack, and ended up third place. What do you think?
I mean, I'm really thankful for it. It was a lucky break getting to get brought back from the dead in the tournament with Darren Montgomery pulling out. But I've never been this deep in one of these, and I was just gassed beyond belief. Come off the dock at 38 off was a big ask, and that's the best I could do. And so I'm happy with the result, of course, and it was really a good time. So thanks everybody.
great skiing. And again, right
This is our final. We got Seth Stisher coming in.
We're still at 35 off. They've skied a lot. Fatigue has definitely set in. Both these guys are pretty young. Mr. Dillinger's made some predictions here, that Seth looks pretty fresh.
A good look at 35 for him. He needs to be fresh because Casey's got about 10 years younger. So he's got a little bit more pep in the tank there. We'll see.
Well, Seth's fitness level is way up there.
I think he's made.
Actually, these two guys, I think we've got it right based on our memories. Casey's been in the Final Four, never in the Final Two. I don't believe Seth has been in the Final Four in this West format. This is his first Final Four. And
so we got Casey Contos coming out.
Casey
35 off start.
Out. Keith Albritton at the wheel. He's got I love his zero ball move. Just got really rotates his hips. Oh, a little stall at 2. He's back in it. Little heel heavy at 4. He's okay. So he had to do a little bit. He had to do a little bit there. He got a little. I don't know. Just something happened at 2. Maybe a little bit on the heel, Mike.
Yeah, and 4 ball as well. So I don't know whether that's just a little cautious, but 38. He's throwing caution out here. So now they're going to have to get it. Maybe that got his attention, and they'll both go at it really strong here.
I mean, it's easy to say, hard to really realize, but these guys are tired. I mean, I don't care what you say. They're tired. They're a little bit in defense mode right now, maybe. They're maybe on the back of their ski. They're saying, I got to pull as hard as I can. And while that's an important ingredient, we still got to get to that front foot. And so that could be, that could come into play here.
So who's up next? It's Seth. Seth coming at 39.
Seth will be coming back at 38.
38.
Yep. Yeah, we start 35 in the final. That 3-4 was starting at 38. But this is 38 coming back, and Seth Stisher.
So, I'm reminded we do have rules that state in our last 2 that a tie can exist. So
nice
a tie can exist here, and that could come into play. I would not be
He's
at all
looking good at
surprised.
3. Hang on. Really nice 4. Had to get on it at 5, but that is 6 and out the gates for Seth.
Talk about fighting out some angle, baby.
Steph Stisher brings his A game.
Dude.
He's in the mix. He's into 39 no matter what.
The double bye comes into play, and he did not do the Thursday tournament.
Oh, well, that's almost like cheating then.
Double bye and no Thursday tournament, and he's about, how he's really young.
He just looks young.
Barton, do you have another excuse why you're
Seth's
at third
obviously
instead of
very
first?
fit. He's in great shape. It's October. He's in great ski shape. He's not carrying a lot of extra weight. I mean, so we've got Casey. Casey's got the pressure on. I can go ahead and tell you, he's tired. His mind is racing right now. He's saying, I got to negotiate this 38. Okay, how does he zero in and focus on this? Definitely fatigue is set in.
As long as they kind of face this way.
Yeah, we'll face the lake.
All right,
He
so
is
here we
in
go.
the red, white, and blue
got
boat
Casey
with
coming
Keith
back.
Albritton. Here we go, 38 off. Casey Contos. Pretty good. Not a perfect one. Little to the tail at 2. Oh, he gets a good 3. He's back in it. A little slow 4. Oh, he's in trouble. A long pull to 6, but he gets out the gate.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
All right.
He had to bring a little bit of.
He got around 5 by a millimeter. That was amazing.
Casey's looking for some
short
oxygen.
radius turn at 5. He pulled long into 5. He was able to get the ski to settle and rotate. He just got good. That was just nifty.
I'll tell you what I've noticed is that there is no trash talking because ain't one of them want to say anything other than breathe. So they are sitting down. I don't even think he looked over there. Casey was just breathing.
Back to back. It was like back to back. I mean, literally, I could see the back of their vest, both of the back of their vest, and they're just trying to breathe right now.
We might even give it an extra 15 seconds down here. Just get yourself 2 or 3 more breaths.
That's not going to happen.
The rules.
Here we go. We're off.
No, we are not. Seth Stisher, 39.5. This is your final.
Seth Stisher.
It's going to be decided at this line length right here.
Jeff Gilbert at the wheel.
Really nice hard gate. Come on, baby.
Gets a good one. Little slow, too. Oh, I don't know. He's going to make him work for it. I don't know if he got 4 out of that or not.
He went for the S turn. I'm going to say he got the 4.
Okay, we got 4 confirmed from our judges.
Seth wouldn't fake it.
Tall order. The wind is, it's not blowing, but it is there.
All right, we got the young gun, Casey.
Right now, you're trying to
basically got to run 39 to win.
Right now you're thinking to yourself, but these guys are gracious competitors, great sportsmen, so they're going to go ahead and play it out.
Now he can tie, so he does not have to run it. He does not have to beat Seth on this.
I hope he knows that.
Could pull 4.
I hope he knows that. This is where you
got to read your email
to know the rules.
He should know.
Second beep. Here we go.
Here we go.
Okay,
Casey
we do got a
Contos.
little, for me, I'll sparrow fart, cross tail, 39. Keith Albritton at the wheel. Got a great gate move there. Oh, he's down in the water at 1, but he's not out of the game. Oh, he's high-handled it 2.
That is going to do it.
Seth Stisher is your winner.
Taking
Casey
care of
Contos,
business.
2, Barton Rockwell 3, and Sam Ingram 4. And our 5th place will go to, I believe, our highest score in the Elite 8. I am not sure off the top of my head. Brett, do you know who has the highest score in the Elite 8?
Robbie's in the mix on that.
439 was Stisher. It was the highest in the Elite 8.
Other than the winner. That didn't advance. Robbie got
This is all the
2.
Elite 8.
Robbie got 2. Veek got 3.
Yeah, Seth had the most.
Yeah, but Seth, we're looking for the guy that didn't advance. That would be Veek. Yeah, Veek ran 3. Yeah, Veek ran 3. Alexander ran 2 on that. Where's
You're
Alexander?
looking for 5th place?
Yeah. Where's Alexander? Right here. He ran 2. So it'd be Noah Veek taking the 5th place spot. And he ran 3 at 39.
Right, who got 5th, Mike?
Noah. Noah got 3. Robbie Alexander had 2 at 39 in his final match.
Okay, our new West 5 champion, first time into the Final 4.
Seth
Stisher.
Woo!
Yeah.
Seth, come on up here. They got a special prize to get you a Tennessee hat for finishing. I'm going to hand it over. You know what? It was pretty. We were remarking as you went into the Final Four that you were still skiing like you normally ski when the rest were starting to cracks in the armor. What do you tell us what you were? There's a lot of skiing.
I don't know. You know what? I sat down there and I didn't know how to get the timing right to be ready to ski the final. So I'm obsessing like it's my first time going, wait a minute. So they're going 3 and 4, then we're going, and who's going first? Do I pick? Does he pick? I felt like it was my first tournament for a second. But when I got out there at 1, 2, and 3 at 35, my body was frozen up from sitting. So future advice, keep moving. And then that 38, oh, that was ugly.
I'll tell you what, that was some great skiing there at the end. You just kept your head in the game. And you look so consistent throughout the whole process. And, I mean, you just look great. And you kept putting up those 4s, and it looks like it paid off.
I appreciate it. I'll be honest with you, and I hate to do the NASCAR version of this, but this guy right here, and this you'll have availability soon. This guy right here is skiing better than I am, and I'm just mitigating it. There's more in the tank, and I feel like I'm learning from riding a ski that's giving me so much more than what I've had in the past. It's fantastic. It's phenomenal. It's so much fun to ride. So credit to Conley, and thank you, Doug Cannon.
There you go. There you have it. Seth Stisher, Conley Skis. So what do you think? Is this the first time you've won a West event? I believe this might be the first time you've been in the Final Four.
It's the first time I've won a final head-to-head of any sort. I was in the Big Dog. I was in the Final Four. I've never been in the Final Four at a West event. So happy to be here. I thought that 4 was something Casey could easily take down. But when he didn't, I looked at the boat and said, I won. I won? Yeah, it's great, man. It's a great event.
Great to see that excitement, and congratulations. And like I said, it just, it was awesome skiing all weekend. We really appreciate it.
Hey, I appreciate you guys, and Bart Rockwell and all the team of officials and everybody that sponsored it. Dawn Good, I appreciate the fact that we can come do what we love and act like idiots and put our egos up against each other and poke our chests out. So thank you. And Jeff, thank you for being here so we can let our family at home see what's going on. Thanks, guys.
Great skiing.